Alrighty, folks, welcome on into the Central Committee stream with your host, Mike from PA. We are live and alive on May 1st, 2025, May Day. Oh, fuck, I forgot to turn on my light. Hold on, let me do that. Welcome on in, folks. Wow. International Labor Day, International Workers' Day, May 1st. 2025, and do we have a treat for you today? We get to joyously watch Ethan Klein debating Sam Seder. We're watching from Hasanabi's perspective, and they're now blocking out the chat, which I hate. You hate to see, honestly. We hate to see it, but we understand it. We understand it. I want to say that I'm sorry I ever doubted Sam Seder at all. I thought Sam was gonna rip him a new asshole as long as they why not rewatch the VOD on Twitch? Because I'm watching on Hasanabi's actual channel on YouTube, and that's gonna help him more than watching his VOD on Twitch. That is a good question. Typically, if a creator has a channel on YouTube and they have their VOD, it's better to watch their shit on YouTube. If it's a canned video, it's better to watch on YouTube. If it is a live video, it's better to watch on Twitch. Just FYI. It's just the first 30 seconds where chat is blurred. Oh, okay, good. Mike, did you see my DMs? I did. I had to spend yesterday doing bullshit, real life crap. So after I streamed, I had to make sure that my car insurance didn't lapse, you know what I mean? But chat, I got it done. And I didn't pay for any duplicate car insurance time, which is great. Hassan gets really mad at his POV and screams a fair bit. Oh my god. I was watching part of this stream on Vio's stream, and I mauled it too because I wasn't doing the debate. The thing about Sam Seder is that he's learned that when you're debating someone, you don't want to get worked up, because in our culture of perpetual adolescence, caring and being passionate about something or yelling is seen as cringe. It means you had a feeling, right? And you're supposed to be ironically detached. Now, I personally don't give a shit about this kind of perpetual adolescent perspective, as you guys probably know. It's probably why you like me, is the fact that I don't give a fuck about people going, oh my god, you yelled. I don't give a shit. That being said, I do think that in certain environments, self-control and keeping your cool is more persuasive. In other conditions, it's not. Sometimes it's right to lose your cool. And I feel like Sam Seder is one of those people that actually walks that line quite a bit. I think I've learned a lot from Sam Seder. And I want to say that this debate, it's not that I felt like Sam Seder and I are going different paths. But I felt like this debate showed me that Sam Seder and I are allies and will continue to be allies, because he could have made all sorts of concessions, or he could have made all sorts of arguments to punch left, and he absolutely refused to do it. He absolutely refused to do it. And this is why Sam Seder is beloved by so many people who consider themselves to the left of him, because he does not do the grifter shit. He never punches left. Well, at least he doesn't punch toward a coherent left. He does punch some kind of idiots who self-described as more left. And I really, really appreciated that. So all in all, this is going to be, it's fucking hilarious. I hope you played. Oh yeah, that reminds me. If you guys want, as we're watching it, why don't we play some Ethan Klein bingo? If you go on my Twitter, I linked a hold on, let me just link it in the chat. We have other news I want to talk about before we get started. I have my bingo card generator for the debate. If you click on this link, bingobaker. You can go and generate your own bingo card. Will you post your react on your YouTube? I mean, it might be a good idea, honestly. Sam redemption. No, I'm not saying that Sam Seder needs to be redeemed. I don't think Sam Seder needs to be redeemed. I just think Sam Seder and I have fundamental disagreements about 2024. And I want to say this. I think he's moved on. And I appreciate that. That being said, I don't really think of our disagreements as that important, to be honest, personally. I am mad that the thing that I'm mad the most about is the fact that I wasn't able to persuade more people before the election to stand up against Kamala Harris in time for her to have, you know, changed her positions on Gaza. You know, for me, when there's a genocide going on being perpetuated by my country, that's my number one political issue. When young children are being murdered with my tax dollars for no fucking reason, well, for a reason, genocide and ethnic cleansing, and it's being done with in my name, and the politicians who want my vote are supporting it, that's my number one issue. Everything else falls away. And so the fact that other people don't have that same kind of, you know, the fact that everyone doesn't have that same calculation is a moral stain, not just on us as a country, but on us as a species. And so I think that's where I'm at. You know, I feel like if stopping the genocide of Gaza is not your number one issue, I don't really think that you're a human being. It was very clear that Sam walked in anticipating a conversation, and Ethan just wanted to farm clips to prep against Hassan. Ethan's chat kept calling Sam a self-hating, toking Jew, cuck, clowning on his stammer, even at Sam's passionate moment, calling out Ethan Klein's conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism was that as the most clear. You have to understand that Ethan Klein's audience now includes people that are literal stalkers of myself and Hassan. Primarily, they exist in the sexual criminal Destinies community, where Destiny is also probably the prime stalker and creep. And so these people are not listening to anything that I say or Hassan says, or anybody that they perceive to be, quote, aligned with Hassan. Okay, their worldview is literally Hassan bad, and then I'm going to contort around everything around that fact, including the murder of children and civilians waving white flags. All right, you understand this? That they hate Hassan more than they do the murder of civilians. Like, that's how insane they are. And it's not about politics, right? It's not about the Democrats getting elected or anything like that. It has nothing to do with any issue. That's just window dressing. Those are people that they use against Hassan, because Hassan is opposed. Hassan and I, what makes us different than somebody like Destiny is we have a political goal in mind. My political goal is very simple. I want to expand the Overton window to the left, rejuvenate the trade union movement, end American imperialism abroad, enact a Green New Deal, enact universal programs that'll massively raise the standard of living of Americans, and invest in the even development of the world to end hyper-exploitation and neocolonialism. Those are my short-term goals, okay, in politics. And the ultimate long-term goal is build internationalist global socialism so that every human being reaches their full potential, every human being experiences a dignified life, and that we develop a society that lives in balance and sustainably with the ecology of our, you know, our incredibly rare jewel of a planet. It's not that hard of an orientation to have. It's not that complicated to imagine that happening, to me anyway. You know, like, I don't think it's that hard, quite frankly. You know, I know a lot of people are like, oh man, you know, this is so hard. And I don't think it's hard. I look at how fast China has developed. Look at how fast China has developed in the last 35 years. In my lifetime. If China could do that, anywhere in the world can do it. So we are 1 or 2 generations away from ending global poverty, from ending our, you know, climate catastrophe. It's not that hard. We just have to want to do it. We just have to have the political will to do it. And so that's what I'm focused on trying to achieve. Okay. What are they focused on trying to achieve? The answer is nothing. They believe in fucking nothing. They want to achieve nothing. And so what are their goals? Their goals are helping my streamer I'm parasocially obsessed with hurt the people they're parasocially obsessed with. That's it. And it's fucking weird and pathetic. Like, I know I feel like I overuse the word pathetic, but when your enemies are Ethan Klein and Destiny, how can you do anything but use the word pathetic? Like, pathetic is the only word that fits. It really is. It's like, you guys believe, like, you're not even bringing up these political things because you care about them. They're just random arguments that you're pulling out of your ass and then discard as soon as they're not useful. You have no political program. You have no political goals. It's sad. It's not even their streamer when it comes to Ethan. Oh yeah.
That type of conflation, I think, is so dangerous and so disingenuous. I mean, this is, I don't want to get too passionate about this, but I'll tell you something.
Yeah. I mean, of course, anytime you see somebody like, arguing against, this issue, yes, of course. This is a world-class debater. Ethan rolled him, not even in a winning way, just being honest, upfront with his beliefs and being consistent. W Ethan. And then you just click on user 742923399999835. Man, I wonder if this is a bot account. And then you can see who they're following. Oh, Destiny clips. At a certain point, it's just like, oh, jobless claims up 100K, markets respond green. Basically, what is happening is that the markets are in delusional mode, which is they don't want to accept that the economy is going to crash because of these tariffs and that they think that Donald Trump is going to revoke them. Maybe they're right. Maybe they're right. But what's going to happen is either Trump revokes the tariffs, which I don't think he's going to do unless the stock market crashes and the country really goes into recession, in which case he'll cave. If he does it, but he won't do that until the stock market crashes. So we're in this catch-22. I think that's kind of my prediction of what's going to happen. That being said, I can kind of see why people are like, oh yeah, he's going to revoke the tariffs, because it just seems so insane. Like, to do that, the markets like refuse to believe that he's going to do the insane thing. To your point about being even-keeled for optics rhetoric, Sam loses his cool strategically in this debate, and it's centered precisely where Sam and Ethan were doing a dangerous conflation. It was a beautiful move. It drove his point, forced Ethan to a stance he wanted to dodge. Yeah, of course. Ethan is a fucking coward. So let's go ahead and get started with this debate because it takes fucking forever, and I'm going to pause and react. But I just wanted to stop from the beginning of this and go like, this is what basically we've always wanted from the beginning. Ethan Klein and his stupid crew. By the way, can I make another comment on the crew? Was I not completely right the entire time roasting the crew and about how cowardly they are? Was I not completely right? And everyone was shitting on me and saying how I was like I'm a white man. How dare I speak on this issue or whatever the fuck in-pull bullshit they tried to pull. Do you remember that? And the reality is they are enabling this. They enable this because they refuse to take Ethan by the scruff of the neck and say, Ethan, this is your wake-up call. And if you don't stop this, you're going to destroy the show. And I'm not going to help you do it anymore. I'm going on strike. If they just collectively joined together and said, we're not going to help make the show until you stop this, they would stop it. And they could move the fuck on, but they're so cowardly, and they want to use the excuse of, oh, I'm a worker. Oh, I'm being employed. I can't stand up against my boss. You're supposed to be a left-winger, and you're saying you can't stand up for your boss when he supports genocide? Pathetic. What are you talking about? I hate this kind of vulgar leftism where it's like, well, somebody has a job. That makes it okay to be evil. It's like everyone evil has always had a job. What are you doing? National Security Advisor Mike Walls and his deputy Alex Wall will be leaving their posts. Is this over Singlegate? Did you also hear they were bombing Yemen based off of like tweets? U.S. manufacturing activity shrinks by the most since November. Of course it does. The lowest level since 20. Of course, because they're tariffing inputs. Of course. When you tariff inputs, of course it's going to go slow down. I think it's an important thing to recognize that just because they're called the crew doesn't make them an ordinary production crew. They're on-screen talent and co-hosts. Exactly. Granola, you're right. Of course you're right. These are not grips that are, laying cable or something, right? These are on-screen talent who also have some production tasks they have to do, which means their face is associated with these positions. This is their show too. It's the H3 show with Ethan Klein. It's not the Ethan Klein show. I mean, this is like All I'm trying to say is when you try to defend and make space for the crew to defend this motherfucker, you're making space for all of this shit to continue forever ad nauseum. And quite frankly, you want me to be truly honest? I'm going to be truly honest. I want it to keep going. I want it to keep going because I want Ethan Klein's show to fail. I want Ethan Klein to fail as a creator. And this is the way that he fails as a creator. He was fucking humiliated by Sam Seder. He looks like shit. More and more people are being shaken out of his audience and community. It's damaging him. It's good. You know what? Keep it up. Maybe the people defending the crew are doing, 4-dimensional chess or 5-dimensional chess or 3-dimensional chess, whichever one is the most ownage, because they're seeing that by supporting the crew, they're going to keep Ethan Klein doing this dumbass shit, which means his show's going to die. Me, I'm not subtle enough for that. I'm not subtle enough for that. I just want their show to fail, I'm not playing 3-dimensional chess. Okay, be generic. Okay, thank you. All the crew are literally on drugs to cope. I have a trained eye. Okay. I don't know about that. Let's keep our speculations within the bounds of how stupid they are versus whatever they're on, whatever drugs they're supposedly on or any other dumb fucking shit. You're not testing their piss. You have no idea. Try to keep your speculations within the 4 bounds of the conversation. Yeah, I just mentioned this, Nana. CENTCOM bombed civilian site in Yemen after OSINT accounts posted online coordinates. They just posted random satellite photos on Twitter, and the Trump administration bombed them, killing kids. Unbelievable. Ethan is right. Okay, you posted in my chat, which means you consent to me going over your entire account. Oh, you just made me sad, dude. You just made me sad, dude. I understand why you like Ethan. I get it. My dream is to be a noticed and proud person. I have Tourette's syndrome, love video games, and be more than a game. You know what, man? I hope you do get noticed, dude. How old are you, by the way? Frogan is a fucking hippie crit. This is an actual child who parasocially likes Ethan because Ethan has Tourette's syndrome as well. I'm not gonna bust your chops, man. I get it. You have there are other prominent creators that have Tourette's syndrome who are not so annoying as Ethan Klein for like being a piece of shit on his views, right? Sweet Anita is really cool. You should maybe check her out as somebody to aspire to watch or be like, rather than Ethan Klein. Just a suggestion. We don't know each other or anything, so I'm not saying Anita endorses anything I'm saying. I'm just saying if you're looking for somebody else to parasocially admire because they share a similar condition,
Over and over.
I haven't seen those statements. I've seen the opposite. Believe that
you're delusional. You're so stupid. Why are you so stupid? You don't understand anything. Oh my God. Anyway, speaking of petulant children, let's go and watch a lecture that is currently taking place on the H3 podcast. My former.
Does he catch the very beginning of the debate? Do I need to, or does he jump in? Does he jump in too late?
Podcast co-host is talking to Sam Seder. I believe it's supposed to happen soon.
Okay, Sam Seder, what a nightmare.
How have you been, Sam?
Oh shit! I was gonna play this song before I started the stream.
Oh, there he is. Oh no, Sam Seder, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no, Sam Seder, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no, Sam Seder, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no, Sam Seder, what a fucking nightmare.
I always respect people who enter into the arena. Do anything you can to avoid the debate. Come on, man. No idea that you were taking your show off early last time.
I feel like Sam Seder. Okay, I love Sam Seder, but they're wrong. He should debate on his stream. What is he doing? I mean, Hassan had like 60,000 viewers or something because, like, what was Hassan's peak yesterday? Like, they missed out on. I told them to go live, but whatever.
So we ruined Steven Crowder's life together. Nice to see you again.
I've been feeling very badly for him.
Yes, we're all. It's a tragic loss of a great career and so much potential.
Yes, it is. Hey, are we live now?
We are live on the H3 channel. Yes.
I wanted to start by sort of apologizing in that I sent you a DM on Twitter 6 months ago or something. I was just going through to find out, and I just realized you're no longer on Twitter.
Yeah.
So that
He
explains why.
Is on go in his chat? What do you mean?
He may no. Yeah, I didn't see it. I wish I would have, but honestly,
What do you mean?
I don't know what to do because like I want to get off Twitter, but also it's kind of a pain because Twitter is the way that like I would reach out and speak to most people. But I also don't want to be on a platform that's like owned and perpetuates basically like Nazi.
Why would you go in his chat?
Bro is saying how recommending Sam Hyde as one of his formative influences. It doesn't. Now here's the thing about Twitter. I didn't join Twitter because it was owned by a Nazi. I joined Twitter when it was a publicly traded company. You know, during my fucking political campaign in 2014, 2013. Okay? That's when I decided to join Twitter. Because it's a place where journalists and politicians and other influential people are having conversations. That's why I joined Twitter. I'm not going to give up my platform because some piece of shit is able to buy the platform out because he's a capitalist. Because that would be giving up all the effort and work that I've put in building up my own platform. That has nothing to do with these fucking guys. And it's losing money for him anyway. So by using Twitter, I'm actually costing him money. Fuck him. And every platform is billionaire owned. That's not a standard that even makes sense. It really isn't. Now, if you don't want to use a platform because you don't like it, don't use it. Don't try to justify it with some sort of, like, I'm so virtuous. Like, I don't use Instagram. Why? Because I think Instagram sucks. Okay? Instagram fucking sucks. So I don't use Instagram. I don't use Facebook. Why? Because I think those platforms are dog shit. I'm not trying to justify, and if I use it, it's purely going to be a calculation about my brand. How cringe. But it is what it is. Am I going to any May Day rallies? I've thought about I might, but I'm not going to like advertise, you know, I'm not going to advertise what I'm doing. Instagram is great for following artists that paint miniatures. All right, well, then there you have it. You have a reason for using Instagram.
Yeah, this was.
I thought Ethan and Hassan were friends. No, you didn't.
Yes, I understand that.
Yeah,
but I just wanted you to know I did reach out, and it was on me not to realize that. I just assumed you didn't want to respond, but
okay. Well,
me.
That's nice to know that you reached out. I appreciate that. And the reason, I mean, obviously, people have been pushing for this conversation. I don't know if you know, like, the whole lore of it, the background of it.
I don't. I mean, this is all I know is that Hassan reached out to me sometime. I mean, I got in touch with you October 24th. And I said that I was meaning to reach out for a couple of weeks. So I assume it was sometime in early October. And my thought we were just going to do this off air. But
that's what I wanted.
My
I was
understanding is that you and he were getting into it, and you felt like because he wasn't Jewish, he didn't have a perspective on this. And that's why he suggested that you speak to me. I don't speak for all Jews, just to be clear.
Right.
I speak for only for myself as a in any form.
Well, Sam, allow me to speak for all Jews, if I may, today.
Please.
No, actually, I mean, that's a total mischaracterization, which is kind of my problem with Hassan, which we can get into if you want. We don't even have to talk about Hassan. But basically, what I told him was that I was citing polling data that shows that about 70 to 80% of diaspora Jews
have
some kind of positive feelings
Sam
towards
is
the
going to cook his
Israel.
ass. He's going to be like, that's faulty data. It's bullshit.
And, I mean, this is available by polls, readily available by Pew Research just last month, showing that, and I have, I don't know if you're
he's going to say,
agree with
that's
that
just
or not, I can pull it up,
American Jews saying Israel's important to them. Israel's important to me, but that doesn't mean that I like Israel.
At least positive feelings about the state of Israel. I was stating that fact to him, and he was saying that I was
that
wrong.
is just a question answered by diaspora Jews about whether Israel is important to them or not. That doesn't mean that they're Zionists. Israel's important to me in my life as well.
That's not what I took him to say. But yeah, I mean, Hassan is that's irrelevant to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that I haven't seen that poll. I've seen ones that have said that they have a connection. They feel a connection, either strong or somewhat, which is different than positive per se.
So
but regardless, I mean, I think if I don't know your upbringing at all, but I mean, certainly My upbringing, my Hebrew education was, I would say, 1/3 Holocaust, and you know, I'm older, and so this was, you know, in the 70s. 1/3 into the 80s, 1/3 Holocaust, 1/3 Israel, 1/3 Hebrew, Hebrew and Jewish culture, and I certainly feel a strong connection to Israel, but I wouldn't call it positive these days.
Sure. I think what the poll attempts to is basically, if you ask Hassan or a lot of people on the left, I think an emotional attachment is the way to describe this. So it's like, if you think
I certainly have an emotional attachment, and it's not, but it's not. I wouldn't describe it as positive.
This isn't the one, is it, Dan? There's the one that shows 73%.
Dude, he's saying just because you have an attachment to Israel doesn't mean
anyway, it doesn't really matter. Regardless, basically, I want to flesh out my ideas, my thoughts, because I'm being characterized by Hassan and a lot of his cohorts as being, a Zionist, being pro-Israel.
You are a Zionist. You are pro-Israel. And your entire goal is to get us deplatformed and probably criminally prosecuted if you had your way. Don't run away from your fucking goals, you little bitch. Stop acting like you're a victim. We haven't done. How many days have you been banned on YouTube for all the harassment you've done? Oh, nothing? What have you lost? Fans don't like you and unsubscribe? You think we can force that to happen? You have used institutional suppression on us. You fucking rat. We haven't done shit to you except say your opinions are wrong and you suck. Fuck you.
Being a Israel apologist, being a genocide supporter, being a baby killer, being married to a baby killer, etc., right? My wife is Israeli. I don't know if you know that.
Your wife and you openly discussed how she left back behind the wire in Israel proper support role during her conscription, which nobody reasonable would attack her for being an 18-year-old who got drafted to be a secretary. Okay, nobody who's sane would attach any moral opprobrium to that. She didn't know what the fuck was going on. What they do attach moral opprobrium to is her leaving that because she was bored so she could join the occupation forces in the West Bank, and she, calling a Palestinian city a terror city, and watching, the trampling of the physical rights of Palestinians for settlers, and talking how much she enjoyed it. That is what people have a problem with. Why do you have to lie? Because the truth is too embarrassing?
So basically, I would like to just take the opportunity to explain my ideas, what I think about Israel, and you can tell me what you think, because apparently I will only listen to other Jewish people.
You have literally, by the way, another thing that Ethan Klein has said is that he doesn't believe that Palestinians should be given equal rights, because if they did, then they would use it to genocide the Jews, right? This is his argument is, if we had one unified liberal democratic republic where everybody had the same rights, that would mean the Jews would be genocided in Israel, and that it would no longer be a Jewish state, which is what he wants. He believes that Israel should be a state where being Jewish puts you in a superior position. That's what he believes. That's what he argues for. It is primary argument against a one-state solution, which is what I and Hassan advocate for, which is basically one democratic state, call it Israel and Palestine, whatever. Maybe it even has like special immigration rules for Jewish refugees from around the world. I don't know what the final settlement's going to look like. I'm not Palestinian, right? But let's just let's create this as a hypothetical just to talk about it for a second, because this is what I would think is a good idea. Maybe it wouldn't end up being what the final settlement is, but here's a proposal that Hassan and I have: a liberal democratic republic that has freedom of conscience. What that means is you get to practice whatever religion or no religion with absolutely no religious tests for any of your human rights or political office or any other position. If you want to be an atheist, you could be a Supreme Court justice. If you want to be a Muslim, you could be a Supreme Court justice. If you want to be a Christian, you could be that's what I want Israel to be. I want it to be a state where everybody has freedom of conscience, okay? Second thing, I want a state where everybody is equal. There's equal rights based on race. A society where Arabs and white Ashkenazi Jews from Iowa all have the same exact rights in society, the same rights to benefits, the same rights to education, the same rights to housing, that there's no permitted discrimination on the basis of religion or race or gender. Okay? That's what I want. And then I want a democracy where every person has one vote. And of course, a right of return for the Palestinian diaspora. Exactly. If Palestinians who were displaced in the Nakba and who live as refugees in Jordan or Lebanon or Syria or Egypt or anywhere want to return to the state of Israel and Palestine as equal citizens, they and their descendants have that right. That's what I want. It's not very complicated. And I want to protect, and here's the other thing, I want to protect any minority group from being oppressed. So I would, just as the United States pours billions of dollars in Israel now to give them the ability to wage a genocide, I would be comfortable as the United States being the guarantor of the physical security of all Jewish people in Israel and all Palestinian people in Israel to help to smooth that transition. And I think by lifting the boot from the necks of the Palestinian people, just like lifting the neck from the boots of the black population in apartheid South Africa, we didn't see more violence, we saw less. Well, how would you suggest immigration change? How would Jewish ancestry in Idaho has easy right to citizenship in Israel? I personally think that if there's going to be, if the Palestinians want to give Israelis the right, or Jewish people the right to immigrate to Israel as part of the settlement, as long as they're given the right to return, I'm okay with that. It's not my business what that state's immigration policy ends up being. If they decide they want to have a right of return for Palestinians as well as for Jewish people, a so-called right of return, it's really a right to move there, a right to immigrate, because they're not returning to anything. They're from fucking Iowa. That's not really up to me to say that's not okay. If they want to do that as a final settlement deal, then they should be able to do that. If they oppose that as a final settlement deal, that's up to them. That's up to the parties of the settlement. Okay, I don't have an opinion on that. It's not my business.
People. So finally, I can speak to someone whose opinion matters.
So I'm going to debate Ethan.
Me. So thank you, as the official sanctioned Jewish man, Sam Seder. Everybody.
No one said that.
100% Ashkenazi.
That is also a mischaracterization.
By the way, that's so anti-Semitic. By the way, that's such an anti-Semitic, fucking disgusting, bullshit, fucking thing to do. Be like, Sam Seder, you're the official Jew. Like, nobody ever said that. It's gross. It's anti-Semitic. And also to play like like a polka from, like, that sounds like a Jewish polka. Like, that's just anti-Semitism bullshit. Like, fuck you, man. like what the fuck are you doing?
I haven't
lived experience,
but I'm quite sure I have some Sephardic Jewish ancestry too. So I would mix.
That's good.
Vilnius and Hungary, I think.
Good for you. I think that's always a good thing. Hey, my friend, I'm 99.3%. So that's my.
All right,
that's where my authority comes from.
I'll take your word for it.
So at any rate, let me start here
man, he's got his blood quanta down to the decimal point. That's a very normal thing, by the way.
Showing you a little context.
Oh, let me also just say, I got about an hour.
Okay, great. Get home. I'll just get into it then. Oh, here it is.
Not enough. That's not enough time, matters, Uncle.
Okay, whatever. So let's start here. Let's start with a little icebreaker here. I know we're both fans of Tim Pool. Okay, let's just enjoy this image together. Tim Pool recently had a wedding.
Wait, what?
And can you see that?
Did he get married?
Well, I think he's attending a wedding.
Okay.
And he's very formally dressed, except he appears to be wearing a beanie.
I would. I'm aware of his beanie attachment.
Bro!
So I don't know.
Why are you filibustering the conversation?
Fine look for our good friend Tim Pool there. Very good.
Nice suit.
Yeah. So well, let me ask you this: what have you kind of like heard about me? Because I mean, I know that your colleagues have an opinion.
I got to be honest with you. I have not heard much. I have, like, you know, the only thing I really saw that came up in any of my mentions on Blue Sky, I'm also on Blue Sky, is just this issue about talking to me, and I had presumed that that was it. But I don't, you know, like, look, from my perspective, I'm not, you know, and I know that there's been, you know, you mentioned in the email that there's been a lot of grief that you've taken, and I know that other people have also taken grief on all sides of this.
This is where I'm super, like, this is where I feel like I might actually be autistic. I don't know if it's like autism or I just like I don't understand the point of these fucking these preambles where it's like, oh, you've been a poor victim. It's like, can we get to the fucking point? Like, does he really need this kind of like emotional maintenance? Like, are you people actually like, when people do this for you, do you feel good? Like, when I hear this stuff, when people do this kind of thing to me, I'm just like, it makes me feel a certain type of way, and it's not good. Do like neurotypical people feel good when they hear this kind of shit? Like, this coddling is embarrassing. It's like you're being treated like a baby. By the way, I love Sam Seder. It's just, why isn't Ethan Klein shutting him down and being like, you don't need to coddle me. Let's talk about the issues. He's like accepting the coddling. And
you know, the personal aspects of this, and you know, I don't believe that people, I don't actively attempt to deplatform people. I don't think people should do that. I don't think people should be swatted.
This is not going well.
Try to be fired or whatever, or you know, have CPS sicked on them or any of that. I mean, I just don't think that's appropriate.
By the way, I get it now. Okay, well, Sam Seder just explained it. He wanted to pre-butt a lot of the whining. Okay, now I get it. Okay, this makes perfect sense. He was pre-butting the whining that they're going to do about CPS and saying, I don't support that. And neither does Mike from PA, or neither does Hassan, and neither does Denims. None of us have argued to call CPS on you wrongfully. The only thing that we have done is react to you telling stories on your stream about, honestly, filth strewn all over your studio and home, and jokes you made implying that your children were catching parasites from dog shit. We didn't say that you did anything. We were just going by what you said and making the reasonable inferences that you intended us to make. Now, none of us said, and therefore you should call CPS. None of us said that. Chatter said that, but that's not our fault that a chatter said that. It wasn't directed by us. And you are currently engaged in litigation with your housekeeper. Your housekeeper would know if there are issues with cleanliness in your home. You know, the person who was hired to clean the house might have an opinion on the cleanliness of the housing. I mean, I think, you know, I'm not saying they called CPS, but like, there's other suspects that you could also have without just blaming the enemies you want to destroy. And the fact that you do so without evidence shows you that you are bad faith.
I mean, I'm more interested in talking about my relationship to Zionism and my perspective on what Israel is doing, and you know, what is happening in Gaza. And
I totally agree. Let's just talk about the facts. Let me start by showing you this clip. So I've been actually talking about my feelings on the Israel, Gaza, Palestinian dispute.
I knew it. He's going to present
situation
himself
for
as like
a long time. I lived in Israel for 5 years as well when I was
knowing
with my
full well
wife
that
early
Sam
on.
doesn't know the full scope
here's my
of his
position
perspective.
right after October 7th, and you can tell me if you have any. You know, they're if you have any comments on any of my positions here, but this was posted on. This was from our episode a few days after
he's gonna
October 7th.
Showcase himself as like you know, pro-Palestinian unconditionally.
Liars and bad faith weirdos. So here's what I'll say about Israel. Okay, listen. This isn't the first time I've said it, and I'll say it many more times. The cabinet is run by genocidal maniacs, okay? They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal, okay? He's made a coalition of the most like radically conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way, the majority of Israelis. And they're hell-bent on genocide, frankly, overtly. They've committed tons of war crimes in Gaza, including the killing of children, obviously, because Gaza is one of the most densely populated places in the world.
I wonder what this background is.
50% of the residents are under 18, so when you bomb a building,
I wonder
the chances that
I wonder what the background of this show is that he's on, where he's saying these things.
Okay? It's fucking barbaric.
By the way, notice they have to go back to leftovers for him to show him saying anything that is actually pro-Palestinian. It was the influence of Hassan. Like, notice how far back they need to go. Pathetic.
Unacceptable. It's disgusting.
What is Chad saying?
I see videos, you know.
His pediatrician is legally required to call CPS because Giardia in California. Somebody said that in Grebel's chat earlier, talking on the same subject. I mean, I don't know if that's true or not, so I can't verify that. I know that's an idea that chatters have. I've never actually seen the proof. Like, I know that's an idea that's common in the chats. I can't agree with it because I haven't seen the proof. And I don't just because a lot of chatters say something doesn't mean it's true. And this is kind of like a self-discipline you need to learn if you're going to be engaged in online political discussion, is you need to know, like, why do I believe what I believe? And there better be a goddamn good reason for it, other than I saw a lot of chatters saying it, or I saw it trending on Twitter. That's how you get tricked by dumbass shit. And it's one of the primary reasons why I have so many enemies, by the way, because people will have some sort of like analysis or Twitter trend and they'll start repeating it on their streams. And then I hear it and I go, that's dog shit. That's not actually left wing. That's actually not based on anything. And I'm very, very honest about that. And I don't just chase whatever's trending on Twitter. Right? I have my own political ideology that I try to inculcate in you, and my opinions are formed based on my analysis of as verifiable information. I'm not perfect. Sometimes I get taken in by things, and we all do, but I try to correct it. But I don't know about that. I don't know if that's true or not, is what I'm saying. Maybe that's true, in which case that's another suspect who actually called CPS. But if it's not true, I don't want to repeat it because I can't back it up. I can't back it up because I don't have a source that I could point to that I wouldn't be embarrassed to show. And honestly, Twitch chat ain't it, right? Like, okay, somebody linked me something. Hold on. The Chinese are dunking on us, bro. Yeah, I saw that. Okay, this is what people are saying. California Code of Regulations, CCR, section 2500, 2593, 2641, subsection 5 to 2643 subsection 20 and section 2800 to 2812 reportable diseases and conditions. Reporting to the local health authority. It shall be the duty of every healthcare provider knowing of or in attendance on a case or suspected case of any of the diseases or conditions listed below to report to the local health officer for the jurisdiction where the patient resides. Where no healthcare provider is in attendance, any individual having knowledge of a person who is suspected to be suffering from one of the diseases or conditions listed below may make such a report to the local health officer for the jurisdiction where the patient resides. The administrator of each health facility, clinic, or other setting where more than one healthcare provider may know of a case or suspected case or an outbreak of a disease within the facility shall establish and be responsible for administrative procedures to assure that reports are made to the local officer. Healthcare provider means a physician, surgeon, veterinarian, podiatrist, nurse practitioner, physician assistant, registered nurse, nurse midwife, school nurse, infection control practitioner, medical examiner, coroner, or a dentist. Okay. Giardias is there as a mandatory report to the local health authority. Giardias. That's it. To health. Yeah, this is to the health authority. Yeah, this is not CPS. Okay, so they're supposed to, if they see this infection, they're supposed to report it to the local health authority. Maybe the local health authority then reports it to CPS. I don't know. But again, this is still thin. But this is better, but it's still thin. Do you see why we don't just make assumptions? Anyway, my point, what I'm trying to say, Chad, is good effort but you didn't do it. You exactly fell for what I'm talking about, which is you believed something and now you're hunting for an excuse for why you were right to believe it. And I don't know if that's true or not. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying we don't know enough to be able to definitively say that, so we shouldn't. That's called being responsible. And I think you should be glad that I don't want to say that. Why not go what Ethan initially said, that as a CPS worker, that's someone who knows Ethan? That's exactly what I said. There's no evidence whatsoever that anybody with any of these communities had anything to do with it. He's just making it up to distract from the fact that he had CPS visiting his home. That's a scandal. Like, if CPS is investigating you for child neglect, like, you don't want to just have that fact hanging out there. You need to find someone to blame that isn't himself. And he blamed people that he knew had enemies, so those enemies could go out there and spread lies for him. He has never proven anything. That's why Ethan Klein is a bad faith person.
I saw videos of Palestinian dads holding his dead like 5-year-old daughter.
La, la, la. I was there for this conversation. I know all of this.
I don't need to watch this part because it just gets a little too emotional.
This is precisely the reason
that was
why
my take right
this is
after
precisely
October
the reason why
7th,
I literally thought Ethan was with the cause for the longest time.
Like, kind of, I'm an Israeli citizen. The morning of October 7th, me and my wife were up at 3 a.m. as families were calling into news stations from their safe houses, people being burned alive with their families being murdered while on the phone with news. So coming off of that emotional,
he's so brave. Thank you, Ethan, for saying Palestinians are humans and Israel is doing a genocide even after October 7th.
My reaction. Now, I don't know if there's something Zionist or pro-Israel I said there, but maybe I don't understand.
I think much of what you said was true. I'm not sure, frankly, if what we've seen Israel do in terms of Gaza is not broadly supported in Israel. I'm not seeing the body politic. I mean, I was doing a lot of interviews with Israeli reporters earlier in 2023 about the protests against what Netanyahu was doing with the judiciary. And there was a question as to whether Israelis would.
He's going to say Sam agrees with me, and he hates you because you're anti-Semitic. That's like his goal here, is to be like, why have you called me a Zionist when Sam believes that I'm not?
Places like the West Bank and in Gaza in some fashion, and more so the West Bank at that time. And so I think it's hard to make an argument. And look, I would make it's not a perfect analogy as to what's happening in this country, but when you talk about the Israeli population not having a problem with what's going on in Gaza, I don't see a lot of evidence of that. There's certainly, I would imagine, a percentage of Israelis, and I know some of them who think that Israel should stop its assault there, but I don't think I don't see a lot of evidence that a year and a half later,
he's
after
done so
you've
much
said
more
those
Hasbro
things,
since then, so it's like disingenuous for him to present that.
This is not the character of the vast majority of Israeli society. I mean, I'm not necessarily convinced that they are as aware. I mean, I've talked to people who have reported in the West Bank, and they said they would go from the West Bank into Israel, and the lack of awareness of what was happening in the West Bank by Israelis was shocking to them. So, I can't say if the Israeli population had a full understanding of what was happening in Gaza, that they wouldn't change their mind. But I don't see a lot of evidence of it.
So, as you touched on, this was made basically before the war started. And I think that the unfortunate, really tragic outcome of the war.
The war. Guys, is it a war when you just genocide a civilian population and you demolish every hospital and every standing building and you destroy cities down to their foundations more thoroughly than anything? Like, this is the thing that's crazy. supporters of Israel like to use the Holocaust as a justification for what they're doing to Palestinians. But what was the response that the German nation got for doing the Holocaust? Did we destroy every building in Germany? Did we kill every Nazi party member? Did we assassinate everybody who joined the Nazi party? A lot of people joined the Nazi party because that was the party in government, and you had to if you wanted to like have a government contract or work as a firefighter or whatever the fuck. Did we go and kill every Nazi party member? We barely killed any Nazis at all. Once they declared that they were going to stop fighting, we barely killed any. I think we only executed like what, 12 people at Nuremberg, and there was, you know, a few hundred more that got executed, except in areas held by partisans where, you know, sometimes people were killed, like a couple thousand here or there were killed by partisans who liberated their town from, you know, Nazi occupation or whatever, and killed collaborators. But like, there wasn't some sort of mass destruction. We didn't level Vienna. We didn't level München. By the way, Munich, where Nazism basically started, they was almost untouched in World War II. Like, that's the reality. Like, the front lines never reached Bavaria. Bavaria was largely uninvaded. Let me see if I can show you what I'm talking about. Final battle lines in Europe theater, World War II. Let me see if I can find it. This image is too small. Mike Walls, yeah, we talked about that already. Anyway, like, they didn't do that to Germany. The point is just very important to make, which is the idea of like, oh, it's justified to kill everybody who's in Hamas is an insane position. That has never been enforced ever. In fact, the United States wanted not to do that because they knew that if you went and you killed every single Nazi party member, that would make the war drag on forever. Because, you know, the German people would resist the utter destruction of Germany, even if we just killed everyone who was guilty of helping the Nazis. It would result in an unending insurgency because they would be trying to resist their extermination. So for the purpose of peace, we killed the people most culpable. I honestly think they showed too much leniency, personally. But the idea that we should kill every member of Hamas is an insane position, an insane genocidal position. And in fact, many prominent Nazis were then taken to the United States, given amnesty, as long as they helped the United States build up their technology. So like the idea of like, oh, because of the Holocaust, that means we need to kill every Hamas member is insane. You didn't even kill every German who did the Holocaust. They didn't kill every concentration camp guard. They didn't kill everybody who helped shovel bodies into the crematoria. They didn't kill every member of SS. They literally did not do that. So like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why are we conflating the Holocaust with Hamas? Are you fucking stupid? Are you literally sub 5 IQ? Like, I can't help you if you don't understand conversations. I can't help you. I'm literally showing you that their behavior toward Nazis was far more lenient than what Ethan Klein says should happen to the Palestinians and the Israeli position of, I'm going to kill every member of Hamas, and it doesn't matter if I kill a civilian if a person's a part of Hamas. That is an insane position which would never, ever be accepted by any civilized society. But yet Ethan Klein advances that as reasonable defense.
Is how much it's jaded
it's not a war, it's
and
a genocide.
Radicalized. I think people in Israel.
It's not just Benjamin Netanyahu.
It's really,
it's Zionism.
you know, I think people in Israel feel like isolated. They feel like, I mean, the sentiment in Israel is basically that. The world wants, you know, the country to disappear, and obviously, like that's a much more nuanced conversation. But the feeling there has definitely radicalized a lot since the war started. It's gotten a lot worse.
Not a war, it's a genocide.
And I think, I think that gets to it to some extent. I mean, you have this wholesale slaughter. You know, I was looking up. We killed. In Iraq, you know, depending on what numbers you want to look at, but you know, I think it's safe to say directly hundreds of thousands of people. But even like the number of children that we killed in Iraq, I think has been surpassed by what's happened in Gaza. And I think one of the things that I find shocking is that the sense and look, I experienced this with family members, where the sense that there's a victimization, for instance, let's say on college campus of Jewish students, and I think that to look at what's going on, the totality of what's going on, and to perceive the victims of what's happening here to be the Israeli citizenry or Jews in this country, I think it just blows my mind. I mean,
two people can care about two things at once. Why should people?
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. People
I
who
agree,
are uninvolved in the war, if they're being like victimized in a separate situation because of their Jewish identity, that's a problem, don't you think?
Oh, I do, but
and you can care about.
Do you think we should have completely raised the South during the Civil War? No, I do think they should have executed the entire planter class, though. I do think that I think the 1% of the Confederacy that literally engaged in the trade of human flesh and beings and then led a treason. I mean, if they didn't do the treason, if they opposed secession, maybe they could get amnesty. But if they were slave owners who killed people and exploited them unto death, raped people, and then fomented treason, I think those people should have been arrested and had their property seized and executed. And that would have been a fraction of the South, a tiny, tiny fraction of the South, who should have been held accountable. But we gave slavers reparations and then allowed them to foment, Jim Crow sharecropping systems, which were effectively slavery in another name, peonage. But that's just my own opinion about a historical thing that ultimately we didn't do.
Two things. You can't be like, oh, these people are ridiculous for caring about anti-Semitism on college campuses because the war's happening. I mean, both we can care about two things.
100%.
And obviously one is way worse, right? One is way worse.
But that's the point. I mean, one is way worse than what's happening in Gaza.
Who should tolerate being discriminated against based on their identity? You know what I mean? Like, of course, who wouldn't react to that?
I don't think that people are. I don't think that people are being victimized. I mean, certainly, listen, anti-Semitism is real. It was real when I was a kid. There was many times I had pennies thrown at me growing up and playing basketball. I mean, there was a lot of. I've experienced anti-Semitism, but put it in the context of
which I agree with.
You're a parent, I'm a parent. If my kid is going through something very difficult, it's obviously difficult for me, but it's more difficult for them. And it's a question of prioritizing these things. You can have two thoughts in your head at the same time, but to center oneself or to perceive that one's victimization is sufficient to ignore the I
got to stop you because I don't think I don't know who's doing that.
Well, I just said you just presented as the Israeli population feels like they're isolated and this and that.
There's two different separate conversations. There's the American Jewry who's like, I have nothing to do with that place, and then the Israelis, right? So when you're talking about
in terms of the way that you characterized the Israeli feeling, was that they feel isolated, et cetera, and I can understand that, but to not have the first thought of we are
Sam will not let Ethan talk.
Committing, like you say, genocidal acts. And if people want to call it genocide, I don't, obviously it's got to be, it's a legal term, but I think that it's colloquially speaking, at the very least, it is a genocide. And to not recognize that as the fundamental issue, the first issue, I think is blinkered. I don't know how else to say it. I mean, it's a little gobsmacking to me.
Well, so I do agree with you that obviously in Israel, people, I think the problem, and just to say on a higher level, I agree with you. Obviously the people in Israel compared to what's on October 7th, they were victims.
The point that Ethan is being
after everything that's happened,
for centering himself in this conversation about how he's been victimized as though he's the biggest victim of this entire fucking genocide
of civilians in Gaza and what's happening in the West Bank too. Lots of awful stuff. That being said, I think the problem
But he's
with
trying to
Israel,
soft-serve it to
just to
Ethan.
try to explain what's happening there, because I do agree with you, is just like the media apparatus and the feeling that they have there. It's like there's not a lot of space emotionally, and like even the information that they're consuming, I think that would allow them to have that kind of like self-realization. And like you said, a lot of Israel.
I love Ethan Klein talking about self-realization. That's my favorite thing.
Israelis don't know what's happening.
There are some. I mean,
there are some.
I'm
Yeah, of
so
course there's some.
sorry.
You know,
They're just simply little old, most
you had the
powerful
publisher
country in the region and its citizenry that's championing
speaking
this
out about
fucking
what was going on
Holocaust
there.
of children.
The paper was essentially, a cutout, or there was an attempt by the government to basically shut them down.
He moved on from him being the victim to
some extent.
Israelis being the victims.
Well, so what's your
I
explanation
think
why Israelis don't care? It's not that they're evil, right?
Well, I think
the Israeli society is a settler colonial society. I think they have a far-right fascist politic that is perfectly comfortable with killing Palestinians. They have created it's basically illegal to counter this argument, and I think they're in a genocidal mania. Now, whether you call that evil or not is up to you. I mean, but here are the simple facts. Like, only 4% of Jewish Israelis disapprove of the IDF response. 81% think civilian suffering should not affect IDF decision-making, and 70% think it should be illegal to even express sympathy for civilians. Israeli Arabs are much more critical of the military response, with 74% saying it has gone too far. Only 4% of Israeli Jews agree. To what extent should Israel take into consideration the suffering of civilian population in Gaza when planning the continuation of the fighting there? To a very large extent was 60% of Arabs. To a fairly large extent, 23%. To a fairly small extent, so you could basically see that almost every Arab in Israel, self-identified Arab, wants Israel to take care not to harm the civilian population. But among the Israeli Jewish population, to a very small extent is 40%. To a fairly small extent, 41%. So 81% think that you should basically not really care about the civilian harm. And I just want you to understand, chat, that this is in violation of international law. This is a war criminal position. You cannot kill civilians, and you have a legal and moral responsibility to defend the civilian population, even of an enemy nation, because there is a distinction between a civilian population and the people fighting the war and combatants. And even the civilians of an enemy nation have to be treated with human dignity. That is the whole point of international law. That's the whole point of the Geneva Conventions, because we as civilized nations realized that the technology that we were unleashing in the area of war was getting so efficient and so powerful that if we didn't hold ourselves back with these international obligations, we were going to exterminate each other. That is why these agreements exist. And Israel is a perfect example of why they need to be enforced, because you have one state which has the backing of the world superpower fighting non-state resistance groups and using the excuse that, well, we kept them from getting a state, so that means we can kill everyone. There is no justification for that, Ethan Klein. And the fact that Israelis have terrible beliefs,
200,000.
the fact that Israelis think it's okay to kill civilians doesn't make it legal, doesn't make it right. I don't care if 100% of Israelis believe something. It doesn't make it okay. Walls is fired. Yes, I know.
I'm sure that there is a mass, sort of like a failure to deal with trauma. But I think some of it is, frankly, is racism. I think, how can you explain, how can I explain how I just watched a clip of people at a Trump rally chanting USA, USA, to watching a video of people being, taken into that prison in El Salvador and having their heads I mean, I don't know how I can explain that. Home. So I don't know how I could explain how the Israelis are able to the extent that they can see what's going on in Gaza, have that reaction, but I know that it's wrong.
Off.
And I think, some of it undoubtedly is a racism. Some of it is,
Sam is
maybe
losing
some
me.
type of mass failure
so
to deal with trauma. I mean, I don't know all those things. I think, part of it, I think there's some of the makeup of, immigrants to Israel over the past several decades. I'm sure all of that enters into it.
We had this conversation before.
I'm not in a position to sort of like be able to psychoanalyze it beyond this sort of vague notions.
Sure.
But
yeah, and I agree.
From my perspective, it's gobsmacking, and to me, it has shown, and I never
very well
identified myself as a Zionist as a kid, or through the years, and I never identified myself as an anti-Zionist. I don't think I think it wasn't really until someone heard me articulate my perspective on this that they referred to me as anti-Zionist, and I don't really care that one way or another how I'm labeled, but to me it shows a failure of that system of government that Israel has.
It's Zionism. That is the problem.
It has failed both.
And Ethan will never reconcile that.
What I think some people had as a notion of Zionism in the
Hannah Arendt.
19th century.
Hannah Arendt.
It has been a failure in terms of keeping Jews safe, frankly. It seems to have been a massive failure. And so I can't operate as someone who lives in Israel, but I can operate as someone who is an American in terms of like what we support, which is why I think we should end all aid. And as a Jew who sees my religion being used as what I perceive as a fig leaf for what Israelis or Zionists are doing, and so. That's where
this
I'm coming.
This is really important. This conversation is great to have. I'm so glad he did this. I'm so glad Ethan did this.
If there is a psychological state that can justify this.
Oh, no, they're too stupid to understand it, though.
I don't think there is. And so,
it's just an attempt to understand, not justify. Because, it is what it is, right? Like, it is the way that it is. And so that's for a reason. And it's just, it's just trying to explain it. That's all. I agree with everything you're saying. But actually, one thing I want to pivot to and ask you about.
Do you think that we should cut all aid to Israel?
I think that'd be justifiable, yeah.
And
we're talking about like military and stuff. Yeah, for sure. Israel can make their own bombs and shit.
Every
if they need, like, they don't need American military.
Yes,
yeah, I agree with you on that.
Well, I think they do need it to do what they're doing.
Okay. Like this is by the way, this is a perfect example of why Ethan Klein is a Zionist, because this is delusional. All right. Israel doesn't need American aid, but protesting American aid makes you an anti-Semite. Huh? This is just delusional. Israel cannot do, and by the way, Israel's government and all their generals and all their prime ministers have openly said this time and time again, that they need American aid to prosecute the war. They just said it last week that Joe Biden never pressured them. Like, we make the bombs. The Iron Dome rockets are made in the U.S. THAAD, our most advanced anti-ballistic missile defense system, that costs $1 billion each. We sent 2 of them to Israel and have American troops operating them. We have aircraft carriers in the Mediterranean and in the Red Sea who are defending Israel's airspace and attacking the Houthis on behalf of Israel. The United States of America intercepted a massive amount of Iranian retaliatory rockets and drones to protect Israel. Israel is literally reliant on American aid and assistance. We're giving them intelligence services, including satellite overwatch, including reconnaissance flights. We are giving them the bombs and the rockets and the missiles and the guns and the planes. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Like, this is what I mean. Ethan Klein is a dumb piece of shit.
Without a doubt.
They do.
And,
well, what I mean is they're not entitled to it, to say more accurately.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think military aid should be cut for sure until.
Yeah, I think military. This is the doctrine of surrender, by the way, Chad. This is a pathetic move, but you should be aware of it. It's an advanced move. It's called the doctrine of surrender. So basically what you do is you stipulate things that are fatal to your position, but then you very quickly move on, right? Like this is like if you're in a losing position in a conversation or argument, and this is a really good trick if you're trying to gaslight your partner. If you have something that you look really bad on and you're just wrong, right? And it's fatal to your position. One of the things you could do is just very quickly agree to it and then move the conversation on. Like you agree to it, but then you just move the conversation on, because then like you don't allow the person to establish that surrender as important and as proving their point. You just surrender that point and then move on. And then if somebody brings up the fact that you did that, you go, "But I surrendered. Why are you being so mean to me?" And you make it about emotions, right? You make it about tone instead of logic. Because what he just said, which is we should cut off military aid to Israel, is a far left position that he does not believe. But he's saying it now because in the moment of, he just asserted that Israel can fight this war without the US. He was proven wrong. Instead of realizing that the United States is basically doing this genocide, he then says like, well, I don't think we should give them military aid. Well, okay. Then why are you attacking every single person who advocates to stop giving them military aid, Ethan? Because you don't actually want the United States to stop giving Israel aid. You don't want to actually acknowledge that Israel wouldn't be able to do this genocide without the US. And therefore, you don't want to acknowledge that protesting Israel in the United States is not anti-Semitic. It is supporting a position you claim to have, which is incoherent. Why should $330 billion of American tax money go to Israel, Ethan? And like this is the most pathetic part. This is where the debate is lost. Actually, you could just end the debate here. He lost the debate. He conceded everybody else was right and he's wrong.
How as a Jew, and you know, I mean,
I just made a large Mayday donation to Strike for Our Rights based.
Obviously, you have a different connection to Israel than I do, as you know, through your family and whatnot, and through having lived there. But as a Jew,
Ethan W. They're so desperate for Ethan to come across as even remotely
to what is being done, ostensibly to protect me and my family and my ancestors and my progeny and all of it. It is. I mean, I think it's. I think the conflation of Zionism and Judaism is both not keeping Jews safe and is wrong at its core. And we can see what it's even doing in the context of this country, the way that it's enabled Trump to attack universities and to attack law firms and whatever. And so I don't know.
By the way, I think Ethan is in agreement with Sam here. He's walking back a lot of his positions, but I don't think Gila is in agreement with Sam
I agree with everything you're saying. And part of the reason why like this chasm started between me and, you know, Hassan is very influential. So when he decides that somebody is an enemy of the movement for criticizing him, which is what I perceive happened, then it kind of...
By the way, chat, this is how Ethan Klein, this is Ethan Klein's debate strategy. Oh God, what a pathetic fucking loser Ethan Klein is. Ethan Klein's debate strategy is, I don't want to stop pro-Palestinian people. I just am having an interpersonal fight with all the prominent pro-Palestinian creators. It just so happens that I just have drama with everybody who's pro-Palestine. I support what they say about Palestine. I just find myself hating and trying to deplatform and harm every single pro-Palestinian person by accident. It's all a coincidence, guys. It's just interpersonal. He's pro-Palestine. He just hates every single creator who's pro-Palestine for some reason. He just wants to deplatform us. By the way, why does Ethan Klein hate me? Why was the original reason that Ethan Klein hates me? Ethan, what was the original reason I'm in the content nuke? Why do you hate me, Ethan? Why did you bring me into the content nuke? Let's take a look.
Worth engaging with.
I mean, like you hate me, right? Like, I'm in the content nuke. You've been despised. I'm ugly and fat, and I'm not a healthy man, and I'm an enemy of the show. Why did that start? I mean, well, here you go.
It would be so easy.
Thing that happens, I mean, like a whole
facing zero consequence. I know it sounds far-fetched, but I left this on Twitch. The problem is, if you can believe it, these people are frequently making death threats and facing zero consequence. I know it sounds far-fetched, but I assure you it's very...
Okay, so leftists on Twitch are frequently making death threats. Leftists on Twitch are frequently making death threats. Oh, okay.
Real.
Let's see the
Listen,
proof.
I'll up the number, okay? 30K to anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear.
Bro, that Destiny.
She was talking about banning a guy, Incel's account on Twitter, not killing someone. He's just lying, as usual. Anyway, moving on. The guy was like an Incel harassing someone and like doxing them, and she said make his account disappear. She wasn't talking about killing the guy. Fuck you, you're a liar. Next.
Guy needs to get not gonna fucking lie.
It would just be so easy to just, it would save, like, solve all of our problems. Like, we would have socialism now at this point, right? We would have socialism at this point if someone just went out of their way and
he literally put the beep. He literally put the beep. It's not like, it's like, by the way, they imply by putting text. That's what he said. We don't know that. You're reading lips, and in the original stream, it was beeped out. You're just making shit up. This is also from the Destiny subreddit. 19 days ago on his podcast, this N-word got me on his obsession calendar with JDAM guided precision. What the fuck? So in other words, Destiny's saying the N-word, and Ethan Klein is here defending it in 2024. Wow, or 2025. What a surprise.
it would be so easy.
Thing that happens, I mean, like, holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know. This is why Ethan Klein hates me. Because I said, if you're in Florida, I have a $100,000 opportunity. Now, I didn't say what that opportunity was, but it's against the rules to even say something that could imply that. And so people reasonably made the inference that it could mean that. It didn't mean that. It's called a joke. But this was a response to Destiny seeing Palestinian men, a family of Palestinian civilians, desperately trying to get their family out of the war, a conflict point, and they were all carrying white flags and making themselves openly surrendering. And the Israeli military shot them down on the street on video in front of a Western reporter. And then Destiny said, they're farming TikTok clips. So in other words, Ethan Klein tried to deplatform me for something that I got punished for by Twitch, by the way, for making an implication in reaction to Destiny saying that civilians being murdered on video were doing it for TikTok clips. They knowingly let themselves be murdered by the military for TikTok clips. This is why he hates me. So, by the way, he's pro-power. He just has a fight with me, guys. He just has a fight with me. He just has a fight with me. It's interpersonal. Bye. Dude, I never fucking cared about you until you put me in the content nuke trying to deplatform me, you fucking scum. Meanwhile, Destiny literally said he wanted me to be killed. He literally said he wanted me to kill myself. Does anyone have that clip at hand? Because I could show you what did Ethan ever make a video saying Destiny should be deplatformed from YouTube? He literally called for me to die on YouTube. That's your platform. Ethan, why haven't you ever called for Destiny to be deplatformed? You know he's being charged with all sorts of sex crimes. You know he called for the murder of me and Hassan multiple times. How come you're not calling for him to be deplatformed? Ethan, answer me. I know you and Dan are watching. Answer me, you cowardly fuck. And this is the exact point. Is, oh yeah, no guys, I'm not anti-Palestinian. I'm just fighting with these random people that all happen to be pro-Palestinian. And it's like, holy shit, what a pathetic fucking loser he is. You're being a big baby. Okay, man. You're an Ethan Klein fan. You're an Ethan Klein fan.
Yeah. Do you really think Hassan and Mike from PA should themselves?
I wish they would. Yes.
Do you think that's
and he goes on, it's not just that we should kill ourselves, which is against the rules of YouTube to even say that. He says it would be good if we died. which is outright calling for us to be murdered, unless you're stupid. Now, I never said anything to this level.
All a harmful statement to make that goes against, I don't know, just objective morality?
No, I think their deaths by suicide would make the world a safer place for more people.
But you disagree with Hassan when he said that America deserved 9/11, correct?
Yes, correct.
But wait, I'm confused because that seems like one of those statements has to be hypocritical then.
Oh, by the way, did I say America deserved 9/11? Why should I die by suicide? Wait, why should I die? What's the justification for me being killed? You know, Ethan Klein, you don't seem to care about that.
All the way up until the fucking context nuke.
I
didn't know the
his not supporting Kamala Harris.
You implied it, obviously. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This was years before I saw the thing about Destiny, you know, doing Hollywood lies about Palestinian civilians killed on camera and saying they were farming TikTok clips when I made the joke. It had nothing to do with Destiny saying anything about me. You guys are fucking crazy. Here's a Russell search. Kill Hassan fans for V-Bucks. I had to kill Hassan to feels. I'm going to kill Hassan Piker. Type 1 if you would kill Hassan in public. Okay, I will kill Hassan in game. See you guys on the news tomorrow. Elon is going to kill Hassan. Kill Hassan Omega Law. Kill Hassan. If you actually cared about politics, you would kill Hassan Piker. So clear you don't. So Sam Hyde was really trying to kill Hassan, by the way. Omega Law. So if we all started tweeting kill Hassan and later we say we're being hyperbolic, we'd all be cool with that. Please, someone kill Hassan. Kill Fantano. Kill Hassan. Buck break. This is literally just like, hey, Ethan Klein, man, you know, you've been looking into chats, Ethan Klein. I don't see how this is. Wait a minute. Why don't you have a problem with this? Wait a minute. Why aren't you mass reporting Destiny's channel to get him banned off YouTube? Is this okay? Again, Ethan Klein is a bitch-made coward.
She have stopped the war and been like a perfect dove? I don't know, but I know she would have been better than Trump. I know that for sure. Trump's posting like this insane Riviera, Gaza, the Riviera with Trump hotels. I mean, that's and like he's sending the 20-pound bombs. He's telling Netanyahu, you have a blank check to do whatever you want.
They're watching me as well.
Like,
it just came out that Biden didn't, did nothing to. I mean, listen, I think.
We're talking about Kamala.
I suspect that
we don't know. We don't know what Kamala would have done.
I suspect.
Like, sure, it would be marginally better, but we don't know.
She would not have had the same policies as Trump. But at the same time, I think that it was a massive failure, both on a real human level. Like it would have, I think, had she articulated anything even remotely close to what I would hope
and that
her
was
difference
her
would have
failure.
been.
That's the reason why she lost.
Probably,
that was my point.
Had implications in
not
the election, but I think
from Biden's
perhaps
dangerous,
even more importantly,
genocidal Gaza policy,
it would have
not removing herself, not severing her ties from Biden early on. That was my major point of contention with the Kamala Harris campaign, and that's what led her to lose.
I chose to support Harris because I perceived her as the lesser of two evils, but.
Yeah, me too, and I think that's an important distinction to make at a time like this. Yeah,
I can certainly understand how some people were just so repulsed by what was happening that it made it almost impossible for them to vote for Harris. I think
I understand why they didn't. I totally understand the perspective. Like, I'm so disillusioned with this administration, I can't support Kamala. But at the same time,
some of your audience or Hassan's audience may use hyperbolic or joking language, whereas Ethan and Destiny's crowd actually say to kill. Destiny, they literally say it. That's quoted directly from him.
I'm like a hugely influential political streamer like Hassan.
I never told people not to vote for Kamala.
On people,
I did. I said not to vote for Kamala because of the genocide, and I stand by it. And if more people had said what I said publicly and earlier, then she might have changed her position and thus won the election. If Kamala Harris had listened to me and listened to those of us who said, I want to vote for you, but you have to break from Biden on more than on issues, instead of going in front of the world and saying she would have done nothing differently, then she might have won the election. The fact is she couldn't have won the election because she was a genocide supporter. And on the left, we care about that. Now, on the Republican side, they don't. So if she wants to support genocide in Israel, she should run as a Republican. If she wants the votes of left-wingers, she has to listen to what we want. That's called democracy.
I think.
I
who's
never
someone
told
who
people not to
was
vote
at
for Kamala Harris. That is a lie.
Who's very
I
vocal
did.
about being pro-Palestine. I feel like it's an abdication of responsibility to be like, I'm not voting for Kamala, or I'm not telling you who I voted for. I suspect he voted for Jill Stein personally.
I hate Jill Stein.
But either way, he hasn't said, and he wouldn't
He
endorse
literally
her.
doesn't even know who the third party that we voted for PSL. Oh, I mean, I did. I don't know. Maybe Hassan voted for Kamala Harris. I voted for PSL, and I voted for left-wing candidates up and down the ballot. I voted for Democrats too, and I voted for every left-wing position on every ballot measure. So that's that. But that's the way it works. Show the clip that made you rightfully angry that Ethan is going after you for when Destiny literally calling Palestinians being killed live. Hollywood. Do you have the clip? If you have the clip for me, then I'll play it. Like, I'm not going to dig it up right now. I mean, you're right that it would be a good point to make and show, but like, it is what it is.
Now, like, if you're just like a random protester or whatever, and like, you're like, I'm so disgusted, I don't want to vote, that's fine. But if you're like a high level political streamer, and basically you have the capacity to weigh like the lesser.
This is the dumbest shit possible. Either voting for Kamala Harris is morally demanded or not. It's not okay for people going like, oh, Arabs who didn't want to vote for Kamala because of the genocide, I understand, or Muslims. But if you're not Arab or Muslim, you should have to vote for Kamala is nonsense. I'm going to show solidarity with the oppressed. I'm going to vote with the oppressed on issues instead of going in front of the world and saying she would have done nothing differently. Then she might have won the election. The fact is she couldn't have won the election because she was a genocide supporter. And on the left, we care about that. Now, on the Republican side, they don't. So if she wants to support genocide in Israel, she should run as a Republican. I mean, yeah.
Two evils, and what that means, I feel like it's an abdication of responsibility to not make that call.
I mean, I certainly have been critical of.
That's just a lesson to learn about the way that people lie on social media is called Ship of Theseus, where you replace things that actually happen with summaries of the thing, and then you create some extreme statement. For example, about me, people say, Mike put a bounty on Destiny's head. I never did that. I never said, I will give anybody X amount of money to do Y onto Destiny. That never happened. But they took a joke I made that was ambiguous, and then they applied the most extreme interpretation to that ambiguous statement and said I said the thing they interpreted, which is not what I did.
They're not even running. They're not even like cowering and running away and screaming in fear. There's like, okay, well, they did it. We got our shots. Okay, is this guy done? Oh, shit. Well, okay. So you're saying the woman was acting? I don't think the woman was acting. She probably was sincerely sad. Her husband got killed. But I think they were farming TikTok clips.
It's called shock, you f***ing idiot. It's called shock. I mean, like, holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know. And so now they have a bunch of people believing that I did X, Y, and Z, which did not happen. You'll see this done on social media all the time. And like, by the way, chat, I mean, there you have it. Like, now, should I have made that joke? No, because, and as Twitch told me, if somebody could interpret things that way, it's against the rules. If you make a direct threat, that's a serious violation of Twitch TOS. But if you imply a threat, which they said that you could do by listening to my statement, that's against the rules as well, but it's different. It's not a threat, and it's not illegal to say that. They don't want that kind of behavior on Twitch. And so they punished me by banning me for 2 days. Okay? And I understand what they mean. I don't want streamers just trying to, escalate by making, implied or veiled statements. That would be crap. But it's not a threat. To rise to the legal standard of a death threat, a threat has to be credible and specific and non-conditional. You forgot that, medium rare. But it's just nonsense. And of course, Ethan Klein is trying to get all leftists banned on YouTube. All leftists banned on Twitch. But we just also happen to be enemies of Destiny and pro-Palestinian. Isn't that weird?
That's 500,000 people out in the street protesting the government of a country that has like 6 million or 5 million in the.
Are you talking about the protests about the judiciary?
I'm talking about to release the hostages.
Okay, to release the hostages.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Chad. This is the wrong thing. Sorry about that.
Of people who, generally don't
So what were you
vote
going
for
to pay
the lesser.
$100,000 for? I was considering getting a fan boat because I haven't been to the Everglades since I was a child. I was actually born in Florida. I don't know if you know that, but I left when I was a very small child. So I wanted to go visit the Everglades and fly on my fan boat.
Two evils, but I think and certainly in the run up to the 2016 election, I certainly that was my perspective. But again,
I don't know why he lies about this.
What the Biden administration was doing was so horrific that her inability.
Yes, of course he's using Sam to try and trash talk me by fucking lying.
The Wiz Liz says, my wife's take on this conversation yesterday. How can someone like Ethan hyperfixate on language choice of Hassan when he literally has a button for how frequently he says he does shit? Because he's lying. Okay. Ethan Klein is a Zionist and he wants to destroy pro-Palestinian creators. And he wants to create a condition where being pro-Palestine is so dangerous for your career that nobody wants to risk it. And only the bravest and most dedicated activist will do it. He wants to make it so that if you are a normal person, speaking up on behalf of Palestine will be dangerous for your life and career. So more people are intimidated and don't do it. And that's his goal. All right. He's lying. He doesn't care about Palestine. He wants to create these conditions that are going to help the Israeli state do their genocide. And they need American support to do it. So Americans who protest against what Israel is doing are against Ethan's goal of having Israel do whatever it wants in Gaza. Okay. And so he's lying, right? And of course, he doesn't believe in these kind of standards as standards of behavior to be enforced on everyone. I mean, obviously not, right? Because again, as you rightly point out, he has a button for all the heinous shit he says. That's why he laughed at the self-immolation in Washington, D.C. That's why he was cracking jokes over someone so dedicated to Palestinian liberation. They killed themselves in a self-immolation. He found that to be funny. He thought the idea of killing yourself for the Palestinians to be comedy.
I think
I literally have made.
Sometimes you have to take this at face value.
Videos
I think there would be certainly definitely other things. You would not be assaulting the government.
Why does he lie about
like
this?
Trump
It's such a basic, easy to fucking comprehend principle.
I think probably this is the first election in as long as I've been doing this, and I think it's been 5 elections now. I mean, I'm old.
Why does he lie about this?
Really,
I voted on stream.
Condemn someone from taking that
I never
position.
told people to vote for Jill Stein. I told people not to vote for Jill Stein. I told people
not just some random person. I do, and I'll tell you what.
Be worse than Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris
but it was up to
wanted a
them
ceasefire.
to make
She stated
decision
that.
on their
Trump
own.
said, "Finish them." I mean, let's be honest.
Oh my
like for
God.
someone like
Biden
Hassan,
said, I want a ceasefire.
I'm not voting for Biden. I'm not talking
No,
about
I understand,
Biden.
but we found out that Biden, in fact, did nothing to bring that about. So,
Well, you can talk
you know,
about Biden. I'm talking about Kamala Harris. What
well,
she
but
said.
I mean,
Well, she's the vice president. I mean, at the end of the day, she doesn't really do that much, right?
No. But I'm talking about the candidate. Biden, as a president, said he wanted a ceasefire. She, as a candidate, said, "I want a ceasefire."
But do not, even if you're like, I don't know how much I trust them.
He is not knowledgeable enough to have an adult conversation on this. I'm sorry. It's obvious.
Well, listen, I think it was certainly obvious to me that Trump was going to be worse. But I think, like,
so in case you want to know what the strategy was, okay, so like a lot of people watch this and they're kind of bewildered. I want you to understand that this is a strategy probably hatched by Destiny because it's sociopathic. And I don't think Ethan Klein is smart enough to do a sociopathic strategy. So basically the strategy here is to attempt to divide Sam Seder away from Hassan by thinking that Sam Seder's stupid. And so Ethan Klein would come in here and basically say, I have the same positions as you, Sam, and yet they're attacking me for being Jewish. And then try to get Sam Seder to be like condemning Hassan for clips so that they would create a wedge between Hassan and Sam Seder and therefore infighting within the pro-Palestinian movement. So Ethan Klein is lying about being pro-Palestine because he's trying to create this like rift. See, even the pro-Palestinian Jews are being attacked by these pro-Palestinian creators. That's his goal here. he doesn't actually believe in anything he's saying. He just tried, and I think this is probably something that Destiny and Dan helped him with, which is try to calibrate a pseudo pro-Palestinian position, hope that Sam Seder doesn't know about the facts, and then kind of surrender on all the most important issues that he doesn't actually agree with in the conversation, so that he can farm clips of Sam Seder attacking Hassan, me, and other pro-Palestinian creators. That was the strategy. Now, the strategy completely failed because Sam Seder is smarter than Ethan Klein. And Ethan Klein is a dumb piece of shit. But that was the strategy. It's not very complicated when you think about it from the perspective of, how do I destroy Mike from PA and Hassan? And the key strategy that most people do when they're attacking me and Hassan is they try to divide us from each other and other content creators. Like, one of the key ways that people attack me is they try to attack me in Hassan spaces, right? They try to farm drama between me and Hassan. They try to say that I am mistreating Hassan or causing drama in Hassan, or I'm doing stuff that is the primary way that these people try to fuck with me, is by trying to get Hassan to condemn me. That's their main goal. And it's actually, there's a few dedicated people that spend almost all their time doing that, all day. All day, they just try to find ways of trying to cause infighting between me and Hassan. Literally. There are some people that do that 24/7. And I've only become aware of it because other people have shown me it. And it's what the fuck? They will attack me for positions I have, calling me a white man. And then an hour later, Hassan will say the exact same thing as me. And those same people will not utter a peep. It's very interesting, and primarily, and I don't care about this stuff ever because I think it's cringe to care. But the primary way people attack me is by attacking my identity. They primarily go, he's a white man. He's a white man, right? And so therefore he's bad. That's the primary way it goes on. That's basically it. And so when I see this happening in this debate, I've seen this playbook happen before, and it just doesn't work, but they keep trying. Now, the reason why they keep trying is because it worked with Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein broke off from Hassan, and they think that they did something with that. So that's the strategy they've kind of fixated on. And it's not that complicated once you know it.
If you're trying to get the candidate to
I'm doing a pee break.
Show some indication of this, I can understand that. I mean, I wouldn't do it. I would disagree with it. But
yeah, and I get your point too. Ultimately, I understand why people wouldn't want to support them because of what they've seen, and that it feels like it
also shows a tremendous amount of just electoral malfeasance on her part. I mean, they made an active choice. And I think, you could have put that Palestinian lawmaker from Georgia on stage. They made an active choice to signal to whomever they were signaling that they weren't going to do anything. Now, I happen to believe that she would have been better on this than Trump.
Whenever I wear my
but
headset,
they were making an active choice to do that. I mean, it was really electoral malfeasance on her part, in my opinion. But I don't know what the point of litigating this is per se. But
we're talking about kind of my criticisms of Hassan and how this. I'm sorry. Well, let me show you this.
I don't really care.
Yeah,
about,
I know.
Honestly,
Let me show you this. This is
I'm
more.
Not, I honestly.
Yeah, you don't care. I know.
I don't care. I don't.
And why should you? I don't blame you. We talked about anti-Semitism, and you think that I don't want to put words in your mouth, right? But you seem to have conveyed that, compared to the destruction and everything happening, the genocide, the loss of life in Gaza, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, that obviously that's way more important. So let me show you an example of something. And again, I know you don't care about the drama. To me, this isn't drama. This is one of the biggest, most influential streamers spreading.
Which he wants to, by the way, Ethan Klein wants to deplatform, right? Now, one of the biggest, most influential streamers is Destiny. He's very influential on Ethan, who has called for our deaths and said he wants us to die. By the way, that clip I played you is not the only time. He said it before. He went on other streams and said that he wanted us to, somebody was trying to do PR for him, and he refused to do the PR and doubled down on us wanting us to be killed.
who says things like this.
He is interviewing the guy who's about to go do some shit to get himself killed, basically. That's what's going to happen. We know from this point, that's what's going to happen. So he walks away, gets back a little bit, and then he sets up behind this thing, right? Is this concealment, I guess? Not cover, concealment, right? Because I think the tank's over here. So now he can capture the footage right here.
So basically what Destiny is talking about here is a journalist saw this family with a white flag civilians approaching a combat area because they were trying to rescue their family that were cut off. And this family of civilians with white flags were trying to rush to rescue family members who were cut off, and they were trying to pull them out of the combat zone. So they went together, raising their hands and flying a white flag high in the air, trying to rescue family members.
He sees the guys walking, knowing that they're about to
By the way, this is in a safe zone, by the way. Israeli declared safe zone.
Shot, because that's what's going to happen. And then eventually they get shot and everything is, this is it. It's like act 1, 2, and 3. It's like all here. Now this guy is down. He's dead. These guys are like... and fatally wounded. They're not even running.
By the way, notice that the Israeli shots were aimed. There's only 3 shots. They kill the guys, and that's that. They kill the guy with the white flag. It wasn't like there was, active combat spraying back and forth and, a stray bullet went and struck civilians. It wasn't that a terrorist was shooting, on the same angle as the civilians and the Israeli soldiers accidentally shot the civilians. No, the Israeli soldiers saw the people with the white flag, took aim, fired and murdered them in cold blood. Destiny is justifying this by saying people reported on this crime. That makes Israel look bad. Therefore, they're doing Pallywood.
They're not even like cowering and running away and screaming in fear. There's like, oh.
And here he is going, they're not reacting the way I think they should react.
Something that I think is really dangerous. And you can agree or disagree, but it's a short clip, but I'll show it to you. And you tell me what you think.
It's clip chimped. This will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting. Yep. If they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Now, by the way, he didn't misspeak. He doubled down on it yesterday. He said, no, I agree. That's what I think. Now, just to recap, he says, anyone that's had positive feelings at any point about the state of Israel is a neo-Nazi that's not fit to be a dog walker. Now, to me, that seems like extremely dangerous, dehumanizing language about what could arguably be 70% of the Jewish diaspora, and certainly probably people you know in your family.
I'll tell you, there's some hyperbole there, but
that's putting it mildly.
I don't want my fucking Zionist family members to be in office either.
And I'll tell you what I think is really...
Sorry, I got to correct you. He says Zionism, and then he says, if you had positive feelings about the state of Israel at any point in your life.
I got to tell you, if you look at what's happening right now, and you have positive feelings...
By the way, it's dog catcher, which is oftentimes an elected. It's common speech in politics, which Ethan Klein doesn't follow politics or care about politics in any way. But there is sometimes elected dog catchers in America. Like, this is something that actually exists. You could get elected dog catcher. No, seriously. A couple of weeks ago, NPR's Weekend Edition told you about America's only elected dog catcher, Zeb Town, because most places have done reforms to have professional animal control. The dog catcher used to be an elected position that people would have. It was considered to be like the lowest level elected official you could be, because catching dogs all day is not exactly fucking, the most prestigious job. It is what it is, right? It's a old saying. Using dog catcher to indicate the most lowly conceivable office. This is a long-term election idiom in the United States. So Ethan Klein doesn't even understand this because he's stupid and uneducated and unlearned and is not a politically astute person. You're dumb, Ethan Klein. You are a dumb piece of shit. Like, it's not that complicated.
Feelings about Israel.
He said at any point in your life, Sam. Just to be clear, just to be clear about what he said.
Don't try to fucking.
Would I have said at any point in his life, someone's life? But I just think this is such a petty, like the idea that we're going to police. Hold on, let me respond. You want me to respond on this?
No,
like I say, I don't care about this, but if you're going to force me to respond to it, what Israel is doing right now is so far beyond the idea that someone says any time in your life or not or whatnot. He's talking about Zionism, and frankly, I think it's very difficult for me.
Maybe Sam needs more context to see how vitriolic Hassan is.
Understand how someone could have positive feelings at this time. Now, you want to say in the past and what? Okay.
Yeah.
Like I say, I will grant you at any time in your life that is
That's not what I said.
That is a too broad a step. But wait, let me finish.
Yeah.
But see, you go in and you're making this about anti-Semitism by doing this hopscotch about
they're sending skulls to the man's house.
By the way, chat, the reason why I'm choosing to watch the Hassan version is because I don't want any algorithmic connection whatsoever with me and the H3 channel. Okay, I don't want any kind of boost. I don't want any view. I don't want anything, any algorithmic boost whatsoever to go to Ethan Klein. So I'm 100% watching the Hassan reaction and reacting to the Hassan reaction because we don't want to help H3 at all. Okay. And so we're going to do news commentary. We're going to do fair use of the Hassan version. Now, sometimes that takes away from the debate between Ethan Klein and Sam Seder, but the reality is, who gives a shit? Ethan Klein is a dumb fuck who doesn't know dick.
People had positive feelings that Jewish people do, and then therefore he is anti-Semitic. And honestly, that type of
regardless
conflation,
of your background,
I think is so dangerous and so disingenuous. I mean, I don't want to get too passionate about this, but I will tell you something. I have had a guy who went to my bar mitzvah, my sister's bar mitzvah, my kid's bar mitzvah, sat at Passover with me 3 or 4 times, called my father and asked him if I'm anti-Semitic. Now, this is just one, that is just an example, an illustration of conflating when he's clearly talking about Zionism. Was it hyperbole to say any time in life, whatever? The fact of the matter is this conflation is dangerous for Jews.
Yes.
It is a fig leaf and a way of weaponizing anti-Semitism that has enabled Donald Trump to do the shit he's doing, that has enabled the slaughter of thousands upon thousands of children and women and men, for that matter. It is not keeping Israelis safe. And this type of conflation, Ethan, is what I find far more irresponsible, frankly, than the idea that he said positive any time.
He's right.
Look, you do a show
Sam,
4 hours a day. He does a show 5 or, as far as I can tell, 15 hours a day. And to focus in on that one tiny clause.
This is not one
sentence.
Tiny clip, Sam. You don't know. This is a totality of behavior.
But you
and by the way, it's easy. And I appreciate that you can hand wave it away and say that it doesn't.
No, I'm not hand waving it away.
Well, you kind of are.
I'm saying this.
You're saying it doesn't. You're saying actually I'm wrong for caring
You
about
know
it.
exactly what.
Yeah, I mean, it's like when there are literally tens of thousands of children being murdered in cold blood with our tax dollars, and you're trying to go, man, somebody says you can't like Israel over that. That's really problematic. You're fucking stupid. You're completely incoherently evil. The idea that speaking bad about Israel, which is not a person, by the way, while that state is killing children wantonly, is absurd, and it shows your true priorities, defending Israel over everything.
I mean,
In fact, I'm saying this conflation is incredibly dangerous. It is disingenuous.
I think it's dangerous
right now,
to ignore what's being described as dehumanizing violent language for American Jews.
Israel,
that have nothing to do with the
that
war.
is a complete mischaracterization of it.
It's,
And that is
it's
what's
not.
dangerous.
He's not fit to be a dog walker.
He never says the word Jews.
He says a neo.
This dumb fuck doesn't know what that idiom means because he's so stupid. Now, if you didn't know the dog catcher, elected dog catcher idiom, that's fine. I'm not saying you're stupid, okay? I'm saying, however, if you're going to be a political commentator and accuse someone else of being an anti-Semite because they used a common English idiom, you're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot, okay? Not knowing the idiom, there's plenty of idioms I don't know. is one thing, but then butchering an idiom and then trying to use it as evidence someone's anti-Semitic as a political commentator, it shows you are a fucking moron. And he has like 7 members of his staff and none of them know the idiom. None of you can say, hey, that's actually a common idiom in English. Like, that's how, I mean, there's 7 brains behind the H3 show and they can't stand up to 1. Pathetic.
Oh, listen, how many members of Kufi have positive feelings towards Israel? How many millions of members of
there are
Kufi,
Jews around the world,
Christian organization, have positive feelings for Jews? It is clearly not a function of their Judaism. It is not a function of their Judaism, and so it is not specifically.
Perhaps these people will not finally understand.
It describes most Christian evangelicals too.
It may do them too, but it also describes 73%
so
of
that
Jews.
That is not anti-Semitism. That is about
I don't know. What do you call it when somebody's discriminating against the vast majority of a racial or religious group, Sam?
I'm sorry. You want to look at evangelical Jews?
By the way, chat, I don't usually juice my Twitter because I don't really like people on Twitter, to be honest. So I don't usually actually juice anything that I post on Twitter. But in case, you know, if you wanna get more people to come hang out with us today on Twitch, go ahead and juice this on Twitter. I'm watching Sam Seder and Ethan Klein debate on my stream with 5,000 other socials right now. It's comedy, LMAO. So go ahead and juice that. It's kind of like my whoa, Mike jump scare. Mike jump scare. Remember, chat, Ethan Klein is really concerned that I made a joke that could imply something against Destiny. That's why leftists need to be deplatformed. And I became an enemy of the show. I became an enemy of Ethan Klein because I was disgusted by Destiny to such an extreme. Destiny justifying the murder of civilians on his stream to his audience. Notice that Ethan Klein has no problem with that. Notice that Ethan Klein has absolutely no problem with Destiny justifying the cold-blooded murder of civilians waving a white flag, but he does have a response to me having an emotional reaction to that. He thinks that's why I need to be deplatformed. That shows you exactly who Ethan Klein is. And he'll never respond to what I'm saying right now. He will shit talk me. He will attack me. He will try to dredge up every piece of compromat or every piece of the Republican opposition research that was filed against me in my political campaign in 2014. But he'll never respond to me directly challenging him on the facts because he's a cowardly little bitch. Or as iDubbbz put in his incredibly successful content cop of Ethan Klein, which now has over 7 million views, which just rings in the ears, doesn't it? Don't you guys just love to hear 7 million views? I know I do.
Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward.
I don't care about
it'll hit 10 million. Oh yeah,
evangelical people.
Okay, but I'm talking about the way you're constructing this.
I think
so you
ran for something. Yeah. I ran for office in 2014. I've talked about it many times. It's part of why I got into politics more, because when I got recruited to run for office, I was 29 years old, and I had always been interested in politics. Because of my family and just my own life. And I had begun a career. I had started out in a conservative family. They're all Bernie voters now because of me. Another W for me. And through the course of my life, I started going further and further left. You know, I come from a conservative military family, and I slowly made my own way left, which is very difficult to do. You know, it's difficult to go your own way. In politics, a lot of people just kind of take the political milieu that they're in. And so I always like to talk about my journey because I want more people to take the same journey I did.
Same thing about Christian evangelicals too. It is not anti-Semitism.
I wouldn't be able to have this conversation because Ethan would just be like, you're a Jew hater, you're a Jew hater, you're a Jew hater. He can't do that to Sam.
Which is what we've done here.
Well, you're the one who gave it to me.
Yeah, well, I don't even want to talk about it. I disagree with you.
But I'm using your example, and in that instance, that is not anti-Semitism.
Well, I disagree.
Conflation. Okay, well, that's our disagreement.
Yeah.
But I think that conflation is incredibly dangerous.
Well, I disagree as well.
It's dangerous for Jews.
I think
it's dangerous for this society.
Why would he?
I think, frankly, I think it's dangerous to what I perceive as hand waving what's happening here. I know you said you aren't doing that.
I'm not hand waving.
You're doing the opposite. You're endorsing
decades of thought about this.
So, right, sure. But the point is, you're saying that this is not dangerous. How dare you care about this? I think it's dangerous
No, I'm not saying that at all.
I personally, I mean, Jewish people have a collective memory of trauma, Sam, and it starts a certain way. And it starts with people, it starts with dehumanizing language, like saying you're not fit to walk a dog. I mean, what are we doing here? It's irresponsible language.
He's not talking about Jews.
He's talking about 73% of Jewish people.
No, you said that.
No, that's a poll that's readily available.
No, you made that connection. He did not. Because we have millions upon millions of members of Kufi. We have millions upon millions in this country of evangelicals who also believe the same thing.
Does your dad have...
You cannot say it's anti-Semitism.
Could you describe
You cannot say it's anti-Semitism if you're also including millions upon millions, far more Christians.
If he wants
than
his
Jews.
dad to be...
Oops. See, and this is the problem. This argument isn't in the Hasbro manual. Whoopsie doopsie daisy, not in the Hasbro manual. A prominent Jewish man arguing that most Zionists in America are actually evangelical Christians, not in the Hasbro manual. Whoopsie doopsie daisy. Hey, Destiny, could you not find that argument on the first results of Google search? Whoopsie doopsie daisy. You can't call him an anti-Semite. Uh-oh. He's right about the facts are in America, the vast majority of people that are Zionists are far-right Christian conservatives that are trying to bring about the apocalypse and Armageddon by having the temple be rebuilt and the Jews be, all sorts of religious claptrap and madness. So they support irrational foreign policy for their dumb fuck religion. And yeah, Southern evangelical Christianity is a dumb fuck religion. Am I still allowed to have that opinion? Is that okay? Or is Ethan Klein going to cry on his stream about how I'm bigoted against the poor Southern Baptists? They're just young earth creationists. They're just white supremacists.
To local office, and Sam would say no.
Your father, who you mentioned, said something to you that he's ever in his life had positive feelings about the state of Israel.
I've had positive feelings of Israel.
Well, does your dad have any positive feelings about it now?
I would assume so.
By the way, notice, look at how much of a fucking worm Ethan is. I want to point this out as a fucking worm Ethan is. This is Israel Defender 101, which is, we're going to try to leverage your job. We're going to try to leverage your family and friends. We're going to try to create this like cult-like enforcement where you have to have this opinion or else. I'm going to go after your relationship with your father. I'm going to go after the relationship with your family and your synagogue. And I'm going to go after your job. And I'm going to go after... This is how these worms operate, because you can't defend your fucking genocidal project on the merits. And not only is it a genocidal project, we're paying for it. That's the thing that's so disgusting to me. It's not only that there's a goddamn genocide going on, but Ethan Klein wants to make me pay for it and like paying for it. I can't I can't even disagree. I can't even argue against paying for it, let alone fighting it, without Ethan Klein trying to get me deplatformed because, I was mad that Destiny was celebrating the deaths of civilians on camera. You fucking worm. Like, imagine liking Ethan Klein at this point. Pathetic.
In terms of I support them, but
I think positive feelings. I went to Israel on.
Okay, good. Then you're a neo-Nazi, not
I'm sorry I'm getting so passionate, but he's such a fucking worm. He's such a disgusting worm.
Walk a dog. How do you feel about that?
No, that's you saying that.
That's literally what he said. I'll play it again.
No. Thank you. I think this will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting, if they've ever exhibited any sort of positive feelings about the state of Israel.
Okay, just to translate this for the dumb fucks in the audience, the idiom, you shouldn't even be elected dog catcher, is a political idiom that's existed in the United States for over 100 fucking years, representing the lowest form of political office. What Hassan is saying is, if you are a virulent Zionist, you should not be able to win any elected office in this country. And I agree with him. I think being a Zionist in the face of Israeli genocide by a far-right government that is partially made up of a party called Jewish Power. The Jewish Power Party is part of this government. That's a literal Jewish supremacist genocidal party that wants to do settler colonialism and purge all Palestinians from the river to the sea based on their race. That is the government of Israel right now. So if you consider yourself a Zionist in the face of the literal Nazi party of Israel being in power, you should not be elected to anything because you're not trustworthy on anything. And I agree 100% with that point. And Ethan Klein claims to be pro-Palestinian, so it's very odd that he doesn't.
I'm so serious about this.
By the way, he says, regardless of your background, he doesn't say at any point in your life. He's saying in the context of the Israeli genocide today, if you still identify as a Zionist, you shouldn't be elected to any political office. And I agree. And so should you if you were pro-Palestine.
The thing he's doing, by the way, and Hassan
listen,
he plays around with the term Zionist, right?
You can say that's a wrong thing to say, but he's not talking about Jews.
Yes.
He's talking about people who have exhibited these positive feelings, and that includes millions upon millions of Christians.
Yes.
More Christians.
Okay, well, listen, I don't
think your background.
Like, for example, I don't know, Donald Trump or Mike Johnson or the entire Republican Party. It's one of the reasons why the Republican Party is so objectionable is because they're even more extreme Zionists than the Democrats are. Like, duh.
He's not fit to walk dogs, either.
Yes,
I think it's.
He keeps saying dog walk. Is he stupid? Is Ethan Klein stupid? He keeps saying dog walk when he said dog catcher. Is he dumb?
Same language.
Listen, you don't want to tell
That's
me.
what and then Hassan corrects it right here in the reaction saying it's a local office position. It's an idiom for the lowest level elected office. If you were accurate, you would say something like school board, right? School board is typically the lowest level elected office in our society today. But we used to have elected professional positions. They're called row offices. If you don't know anything about politics, I'm going to teach you about politics because I actually did it. And I've elected people to row offices. So sometimes, especially in the Northeast, where democracy is oldest, they'll have elected, for example, in Pennsylvania, we have elected coroners. You know, the coroner, the guy who shows up when you die to, the medical examiner, the coroner, it's an elected office in Pennsylvania. So the county coroner is not like a professional hired by the county executive or the mayor or the governor to investigate deaths. It's a guy who runs for office. Now, typically, the people that run for a coroner tend to be medical examiners and professionals. That's part of they'll say, vote for me. I'm a medical professional. I'm a medical examiner. I did this training. I went to this medical school, etc. But it's not required. Now, there are reforms of public service where you turn offices that shouldn't be elected but require high-level professional skills to appointed offices. And that is an electoral reform that people oftentimes advance. But the problem with that is, at the end of the day, it's appointed by what? A politician. So you're making it more, instead of having it be elected on each local office being elected, you're having it be, say, the governor. Well, what if the governor is a quack, right? And he appoints a bunch of quacks in these positions? That could be a problem. So then we have a professional service, right? So the question of what is elected, what is appointed, what is a professional government job that maintains its position no matter what the elections are? What do we move within the milieu of elections and democracy is an open question we don't know the answer to, and we're moving around based on experience. That's called politics, baby. But the fact that he doesn't know this shit just shows you that he doesn't know anything about politics and he doesn't care. And he shouldn't be talking about it. Now, you may not know what I just said about coroners being elected in Pennsylvania, right? That doesn't mean you shouldn't care about politics or you're stupid or anything. It just means, well, you probably shouldn't be talking about politics as a career because you don't have it the level. This is not elitism. This is just intellectualism. I think you need to have a certain level of intellectual experience and background before you start talking about this. Because if you don't, you end up with people like, Candace Owens. You end up with people like Tim Pool. You end up with people like Joe Rogan, who are just saying random shit that pops into their head, and they have no fucking clue what they're talking about. There has to be some level of knowledge that you're working on. Now, I personally believe that the best way to deal with these people is to own them in the marketplace of ideas like I'm doing right now. And in only certain circumstances should we deplatform people. Now, I largely think that the marketplace of ideas is stupid as fuck, but it's protecting me right now. Now, if I became dictator of the country, I'd have a different policy. I'm very straightforwardly honest about that. But right now it's protecting me, so free speech is great.
Me that you have never engaged in hyperbole. You and I both are in this business, and we do that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You know, I just think that you know,
it's listen. You can say
I just think that like
to say it's an unfair thing.
I just think like Arabs that support Israel aren't fit to walk a dog.
It is not anti-Semitism.
Okay, well we're at an impasse on this one.
No, the dog walker is a local.
But anyway, another
it's
thing
a fucking colloquialism that Felix Biederman,
he's
also
someone that
Jewish,
plays around
used.
with Zionism. He calls me a Zionist, and again, I know we're arguing here about semantics of what Hassan said, but I don't think that you could accurately characterize me as that, as it's used colloquially. You don't know, right? But he's saying Zionist tendencies. What does that mean? What's a Zionist tendency?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to talk to him.
To quote Destiny, wow, Mike really knows what he's talking about. He makes me want to learn about electoral politics and stuff. Give me that clip. I actually need to start posting that clip more. Can someone make that clip? When I debated Destiny, I beat Destiny so badly that he became like self-reflective. I'm so sorry that I did that. Like I beat Destiny so badly in a debate that it like made him want to change his life.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Every time I watch Ethan Klein, that's all I'm thinking.
Friday, you can ask him what a Zionist tendency is.
Zionist
I suppose I would guess. And, you know, like I've looked at polls too, where, you know, people have various different.
I didn't create Destiny, but I did cause him to have like a mental crisis breakdown. And then
understandings of what
Why is he trying to debate me on this?
But I think it is
Hassan up so much.
My
Ethan is trying to fight Hassan through
and I don't know what he was thinking specifically.
Watch
but
Ethan back away from our supposed debate on Friday now, because now he didn't get what he wanted out of Sam.
Whatever in the name of
this was all
Zionism allows this mass slaughter.
That's just a lesson to learn about the way that people lie on social media is called Ship of Theseus, where you replace things that actually it's in here happen with summaries of the thing, and then no, it's not in this. We all watched this already. You're making peepo smiles to me. Why are you making peepo smiles? Is it this?
Yeah.
No, you're peepo smiling, but you're not giving me the clip.
Try and hit me in the face.
Sure,
and he's not able to. He's not able to extract. He's not able to extract what he wanted out of Sam.
Disagree on that regard.
Yeah, I think we're so. Another thing is like to take it even further. I mean,
so I guess you just give up on people that don't use dictionaries. That's inherently stupid. Wait, what? If you can't talk about your politics in a language catering to your target audience, you are not doing a good job. Your vocabulary oppresses no one and leads to a lack of only leads to a lack of understanding. Every time you use a word people don't understand, you have lost. Oh, you're saying I'm a snob. You're saying I'm a snob? You're saying that I'm being snobby? And I'm making you feel inferior? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Oh, okay. Okay, Zeef. Okay, Zeef. That wasn't even a good one. That wasn't a good poop sock.
Maybe. This guy was infinitely more interesting to talk to than like the random Bernie bros, though. This guy was actually, I really enjoyed this guy's perspective, and he seemed to have like...
I'm so sorry, chat. I'm so sorry. I need a cut of this where it's like... me and Destiny talking, and then it cuts to this. So it's like one coherent cut where it's like, I'm so sorry that I made Destiny care about politics. I'm so sorry. This was our debate. Destiny debates Mike from PA. This debate was my first political debate. And I'm so sorry that I made Destiny feel so inferior that he started like losing his shit on lefties. I'm actually the person who did it. I made him do the villain arc. I don't know why. It's because I laughed at him with Hassan. After our debate, I went on Hassan's stream and we laughed at him, and it caused him to go insane. And honestly, I don't know if that stream still exists somewhere. I never saved it, but I should have been nicer to Destiny after this. But I wasn't. I kind of laughed at him because he was defending Biden so much.
Not
Bernie Bros on Twitter. Maybe. This guy was infinitely more interesting to talk to than like the random Bernie Bros though. This guy was actually, I really enjoyed this guy's perspective, and he seemed to have like a huge like knowledge of a huge amount of knowledge about electoral politics, which is actually something that I'm like so interested in now that I had almost no interest before. I was like really interested in policy, and I was really interested in philosophy. These are like the two big things that I cared about for politics. I didn't really care about electoral politics now, but now electoral politics are way more interesting to me. And this guy seems to have like a good backing. Like every poll that he referenced, like I remembered seeing, and like it seemed like he had a good foundation for knowledge and knew a lot of shit that obviously I didn't. So
he knew a lot of shit that obviously I didn't. Now the other thing is I eventually also took his girl, which I don't really talk about out of respect for her,
Joe Economic,
because we don't really fuck with each other anymore, and so out of respect for her, I don't talk about it. But he's been hyper fixated on it for years and years and years, and he made this whole like lore about me like hitting on her and being cringe, and like all that like couch punching and shit like that is just him bitter that I stole his girl. And we obviously didn't vibe, and you know, I would never, it is what it is, and out of respect for her I don't really talk about it, but it is the #1 thing they talk, like when Destiny fans attack me, that's what it is. So like I made him feel intellectually inferior, then I took his girl, and he's been obsessed with me ever since, but out of respect for her I didn't talk about it. But it is something that is probably mentionable at this point. And I feel bad because, again, we don't really fuck with each other, and it is what it is, and I don't want to embarrass her by, so you know, but I don't want to force anybody to associate with me that doesn't want to associate with me. And I feel that's pretty fair to say about her and me. And so it is what it is. So like, so he knows that I respect women and that I don't want to bring up their old shit from 5 years ago. I think they should be allowed to like leave people behind they don't want to be associated with. But he constantly tries to do that. And it's a way of like, it's a way of breaching her privacy. It's a way of like trying to force me to talk about it. And it's you know, it's kind of sex pestiny behavior. And that's, you know, if it lines up with the way he acts toward people, is he tries to get personal leverage over people to try to like force them to do what he wants, and it didn't work. So he's pivoting towards, so he tried to do, and by the way, this is the #1 thing he does, is he just created these like clips and he just made stories up about them and he just promotes it. And it all goes back to the fact that I intellectually, and then I castrated him in multiple different directions, which is why he hates me so much, which is very weird. It's weird to have somebody like that in your life where you're just like living your life and being, you know, doing things and having relationships and then like moving on, and then you have this freak who became super obsessed over it. And it's like, what do you even do at this point? I just want you to vote for Bernie Sanders, you know, like it's tough, but it is what it is. And you know, and then I guess me and Hassan being friendly, and he really wanted to destroy my career, and that's kind of been his goal, has been to kind of like attack me and make me persona non grata with as many people as possible. He basically said, if you associated with me, you're not allowed to be a Destiny orbiter and all sorts of shit like that. And of course it didn't work. I used to have 200 viewers when he started the attack, and now I have 5,000. So obviously his goal of like destroying me failed. Yet another failure for Destiny, but it is what it is. And you know, I figure I should mention it one time, you know, just for the chatters that are here, because it is what it is. And what do you do if you're in my position? I'm a 41-year-old man. Am I supposed to like drag my like some ex from 5 years ago through like and talk about her? It's uncomfortable and disrespectful of me. But it's the #1 way he speaks to his adolescent audience to try to attack me. Right? You know, it's just very fucking weird, dude. It's uncomfortable, and there's like no good answer to it. It is what it is. He watched a hit PCU last week that pirated the VOD. Wait, they made a hit video on me? I didn't even know. Bro, dude, it's so embarrassing, man. It's sexist to say you stole his girl. Oh, no, I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that. I don't think that, by the way. I don't think that. He thinks that. Do you understand? He's a sexist. He's a misogynist. I don't think like that. I think women are independent human beings that make decisions. I don't think I stole shit. I think I had my own relationship with her, and then we moved on in life. He thinks that he's entitled to control people. You are confused about what I was saying, which is fine. Thank you for asking me that, because you're right. You can't steal a girl. Holy shit. Breaking news. Jasmine Crockett had messages with donors where leaks showing her not supporting a ceasefire in Gaza and wanting to focus on what the money wants. She's a scumbag and should not be included in any leftist organization. Hey, guys, go ahead and say it. Guys, go ahead and say it. How do you spell her name? It's like, it's with 2 T's, right? Yeah. Okay, I got it right. It is what it is. You know, I just, you know, I told you that she sucks, but...
Hassan pretty much openly supports Hamas.
Let's not talk about Hassan. Let's talk about this.
Sure. I mean, what do you want to ask me?
Well, I mean, if you want to ask me about, I mean,
I think he's gonna back away now that he's not getting what he wanted.
I should really just add the Mike was right to my Twitch, but I think it's too big. I think the reason why I haven't added it to Twitch is because it's too big.
Not here to explore.
I have a list of things
but if you want to talk about Hamas, I mean, I think, look.
Well, how do you feel about Hamas?
I mean, I feel that Hamas, people can perceive it as a liberation organization. We call them terrorists in this country. We call the ANC terrorists.
What do you think about them, Sam?
Listen, I think there are parts, I would imagine, of Hamas that have done good for the people in Gaza, and I think they have done bad things. But I sort of feel, I guess, ultimately probably like Ehud Barak when he said that were I Palestinian and I was living in Gaza, that it would be likely that I would join Hamas. I mean, that's what Ehud Barak said on multiple occasions. And I think that is very...
That is the exact same opinion as I do.
An understanding of human nature.
Saying it from a perspective.
That you're not reporting Israelis, by the way, just to point out an inconsistency there.
Because he can't fucking hit him on this.
Well, you're not. You're like, I refuse to understand human nature and their reaction. It's just evil, and I don't know how to explain it.
I didn't use the word evil.
Right. I'm inferring because I asked you if you think they're evil, and you didn't really answer that.
His audience thinks they're on Sam Seder on this.
I don't know what Gazans felt on October 8th.
Giraffe with acrophobia, thank you. Croc is trying to get the oversight committee chair. I told you. She's basically just trying to be the centrist AOC. Pathetic.
But toward Hamas. But I can tell you that, we have there is a long history of terrorist organizations or so-called terrorist organizations like the ANC or the IRA, even the PLO,
now, Sam,
that ultimately become political organizations.
I think the comparison to Hamas to what happened in South Africa is insanely disingenuous. And I personally hate when people do that.
I mean, Mandela didn't think so.
Well, Mandela did think so. He explicitly stated that he avoided committing violence on the citizenry because it would make reunification impossible.
Twice they asked Nelson Mandela, if you disavow violence, we will let you go free.
Twice he said, no, I will not disavow violence. You are wrong. You are wrong. I think under 200 civilians died. And the people who did...
By the way, it's because the United States stopped supporting South Africa, and South Africa wasn't doing a... By the way, South African apartheid... What's going on in Gaza is worse than anything that happened in South African apartheid. The intensity of what's going on in Gaza today is far worse than anything that happened to South Africa. Not saying South African apartheid wasn't horrible. It's just the reality of a mechanized military extermination of a tiny enclosed population where they were denied all food and were not allowed to travel at all or moved at all, never happened in South Africa. There was a lot of evil shit that went down over the course of the colonization, but nothing on this level. I mean, it's like, give me a fucking break, man.
Kill civilians were almost all...
We are reacting to a reaction? Absolutely. I don't want to give Ethan Klein even one view. I don't want to give Ethan Klein even one view on his video. So this is the best reaction, and I don't think Hassan isn't pausing, so it's good.
Held accountable for what they did. That's a difference.
Why is he lying about this?
Well, I mean, I can tell you that
a significant difference.
He stayed in prison. His prison sentence was
a significant difference. I mean, I imagine many of those people who committed atrocities on October 7th are dead now. And so
what does that have to do with anything?
Well,
that's called you got justice. You killed the guys who were responsible for October 7th, and now you're just killing kids. I mean, what is this? If you kill the perpetrators of a crime, then you've won. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
That's accountability.
But I mean being held accountable by the party that they're presumably doing the violence on behalf. Like,
well, you're saying the entire ANC was held accountable?
No, I was saying Nelson Mandela's party, if someone killed a civilian, they would hold them accountable. They would charge them. They would disavow their actions.
They choose peace rather than confrontation, except in cases where we cannot proceed, where we cannot move forward. Then, if the only alternative is violence, we will use violence.
His comments won him applause from leader Yasser Arafat and the assembly. Many Palestinians worship Mandela. Posters bearing his image cover walls throughout Gaza. Others say, our dreams will come true through your support. Pupils at the Shati refugee school waited for hours to greet him. When he arrived, they lined up to shake his hand and bewildered him with blessings in Arabic. Inside a cramped classroom, Mandela received more affection. Students greeted him with a song in English. Good morning. We're happy to hear you. The trip to Gaza concludes Mandela's visit to the region, where for the first time he's been trying his hand at Middle East peace diplomacy.
So not only is Ethan Klein dead fucking wrong and a scumbag liar, it's the opposite. It's the fucking opposite. You are a fucking, like, do you see what I mean about Ethan Klein? Like, I don't know if he's dead fucking stupid or he's a knowing liar, but at this point, I don't fucking care. You suck, Ethan Klein. You're a liar. You're a scumbag. And Nelson Mandela would have hated your ass.
That's not true.
The ANC did.
Yes.
Well, the IRA was bombing places in...
By the way, has Sam Seder never listened to anything these fuckers say? This is the worst part about these debates. They make the assertions of fact and they rely on your good faith to be like, well, they wouldn't just blatantly lie or make shit up. I would never do that. This is the main way they get an advantage in these stupid fucking debates, is they don't care about being proven wrong. I would be so ashamed of myself if I ever said anything as wrong as Ethan Klein did just now. But for him, it's every day. Every fucking day he's saying something that's just blatantly provably false. And that's the advantage. Lying is OP, especially when you're a fucking loser, failed comedian who doesn't have any standards for your own behavior. What a scumbag.
In England and throughout Ireland, I mean, we have even the Irgun or the Stern Gang. When they killed, over 100
I would not compare Irgun to the IRA, by the way.
In 1948. I mean, the history is full of example of organizations that commit terrorist acts. Now, I will tell you,
people look at South Africa.
I do not condone the killing of civilians, which is why, obviously, I'm upset about what Israel is doing.
Sure. The part that I don't like about people say, like, I feel like people sweep for Hamas by saying, like, what do you expect?
MK,
right?
paramilitary wing of the ANC bombing campaign that killed 19 people.
South Africa as an example, but what South Africa shows is that you don't need to commit a violent war against civilians to liberate yourself.
They were violent.
Well, I mean, listen, we had.
Oh my God. Not only were they violent, there was wars going on in Angola. There's war. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course, Ethan Klein doesn't know anything about history. Of course, he doesn't know that they were being supported by the Cuban and the communists and all sorts of socialists. Like the anti-apartheid movement was a unified movement by from everyone from communists all the way to social liberals in the entire world were all united against South African apartheid. And a lot of the resistance came directly from fighting wars with communist arms. He's just a fucking liar.
For a year, we had the Great March of Return, where, Sinwar himself was involved in that. There was Palestinians marching on a regular basis over the course of the year. I don't know how many it was, 50 or whatever. that were innocent people who went there, and
Nelson
snipers
Mandela,
are
as a
shooting
leader, he was
down
willing to use
unarmed
violence.
civilians. And so, time and time again, and over the course of the 20 years that I've been professionally,
That's the reason why he
covering
went to
this,
prison.
my attitude towards Israel's willingness to have peace has changed, and my understanding of it has changed. And I can only imagine how more intense that feeling is to be living in a place that is, functionally like, the Warsaw Ghetto, insofar as like you don't have access to resources, you have 50% unemployment, the apartheid that is taking place in terms of the West Bank. I mean,
I agree with those characterizations, by the way, Sam. Just to say,
but I can't imagine that my response wouldn't be to pick up a weapon.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
It's not really working out.
Well, it's,
because
none of it's working out, is
no,
it? I mean,
not much at all. Not really much at all.
It's called the greatest attack on Israelis in 75 years. The notion of Zionism and the way that Israel is organized as a society is not protecting Jews. Well, it's not protecting Israelis. It's not protecting Jews worldwide. It is, there may have been a time where Zionism had and there were certainly proponents of Zionism in the early 20th century, in the late, perhaps late 19th century, where there was a notion of a multi-ethnic democracy that fell by the wayside. Folks like Hannah Arendt and Einstein, left the Zionist Congress, and what it has evolved into is, I think, a nightmare for everyone involved. And so, I don't know how I would react in
I love using Einstein as well.
That type of miseration, frankly.
Well, can I ask you?
But again, Ehud Barak said that he would pick up a weapon were he one of them. And
that's fine.
He's far closer to
Sam is a top-secret weapon.
the conflict than I am.
I'm not saying I don't understand why people pick up weapons, right? So let me ask you this: what do you think about October 7th attack?
What do I think about it?
Yeah,
I mean, it was horrific.
Mm-hmm. And this was like a military action by Hamas to what end?
I mean, I suspect. I mean, I don't know what the strategy was. I mean, they attacked 2 military bases. I don't know if they were aware.
He's gonna hit the rape stuff now, probably.
That the dance.
The Nova rave.
Yeah, I don't know if they knew that rave was happening. I suspect it was to derail the Abraham Accords, which were going to leave the Palestinians out of the equation, where an authoritarian
you leave out that they attacked kibbutz.
Westerners love to whitewash revolutions so they can give the illusion that you can get all you want by being peaceful, perfect victim. The British and French did this a lot to their history. The French did similar whitewashing to my country, to the world, but in my country, it's understood we got independence by our armed resistance. I mean, the United States of America had to do armed resistance in our own country. Like, that's what the Declaration of Independence is, all the grievances our own founding fathers had, and they said that their rights as Englishmen were being fucking violated. And so they did everything they could within the system. And when the system gave them no recourse, they fucking took up arms and fought. And we're taught that that's a glorious revolution and it was justified and righteous, and that these were heroes whose ideas echoed through eternity. That's the American founding myth. And you're supposed to tell me that Palestinians can't have the same rights that we celebrate every 4th of July? Like, this is the reality of the world. If you're not willing to back up your beliefs with weapons, then your beliefs only exist so long as you remain lucky. If you're not willing to back your shit up with the barrel of a gun, then what you believe exists only so far as somebody who has the desire to take it away has also the power to take it away. And we're now in that reality with Donald Trump. So if you're not willing to take up your fucking arms and fight, then your rights are forfeit. And that is the insight of Marxism, by the way. The insight of dialectical materialism, the insight of Marxism is that you're never going to convince these capitalists to change society because it's right or moral or logical or rational. You have to force them by raising class consciousness and having the proletariat, have the international workers of the world unite, collaborate, coalesce, and fight for their rights as a class. That is what leftism is all about. It's about us versus them, and the them is the bourgeois capitalist class who owns everything, who benefits from all of our labor, and who doesn't work or serve any function. Ownership is not management. Ownership is not innovation. Those are separate, and they are done by people who are doing a job. That's not what a capitalist is. The only thing you need to do to be a capitalist is own capital, not manage, not anything. And that conflation between different managerial roles or leadership roles or organizational roles and ownership is capitalist propaganda. And so what we call for is the end of a class of people who profit from others' work. We want that class to be destroyed and replaced with collective ownership. And what form that takes depends on what we need. But it is ownership for the benefit of all humanity, not ownership for the benefit of a few. That is what the fight is really about.
See him, by the way.
No, yes, of course they did. But I'm saying that they, I don't know what the strategy was on their part.
So what do you think, like, would you expect the response of Israel would be to that?
I had no doubt on that day that Israel was going to respond.
Go insane. Yeah, right. It was going to be horrific. We all knew.
Yes, but I think I think the lack of proportionality was just beyond, frankly, and I was aware that this was going to be a horror show, but I don't think I had the level of awareness of what they would do to go in and literally level it, destroy what is it, 80-90% of the structures in Palestine, bomb hospitals
as well.
that they would use.
Well, Hamas did know that because that's why they attacked.
Food as a weapon.
I'm more interested in the justification for what they're doing.
Probably
there.
Took hostages with the idea that they would be able to negotiate.
I understand why they took hostages. I don't understand why they took children and elderly.
I believe that they probably. I mean, this is all conjecture on my part. That they would be able to trade them as a way to inhibit Israel's doing what they're doing, and I don't know if they could have even imagined that. I'm not going I'm not going to endorse Hamas's strategy here.
Well, I'm just trying to flesh it out here because this is what I'm getting to is Hamas. I think they knew that this was the reaction that would happen.
I can't imagine that they
it's an act of desperation
that this
born out of Israel's
this
endless
level
cruelty.
Of destruction.
I mean, that's why they hate Israel. I don't think they underestimate how violent Israel.
So this is such abuser fucking mentality. By the way, Ethan Klein, this is incredibly suspect about how you think. Ethan Klein's he's basically saying, listen, you refuse to cook dinner for me. You know that if you don't cook dinner, that I'm going to beat you. So it's not my fault that I'm beating you because you didn't act the way that I told you to act or the way that I expect. So, Hamas fought against the soldiers that were doing a blockade. That's the primary target that Hamas attacked. Like, you guys know that, right? Like, Hamas attacked military bases and defeated them in combat. You guys know that, right? Like, that's what happened on October 7th, is the Israeli military was surprised by Hamas's commando action, and it defeated all the border force were defeated. All the border bases were defeated. When the Israeli soldiers had to face combatants one-on-one and they weren't suppressing civilians, they lost. Think about that. And the Hamas militants were shocked at the level of their victory. If Hamas had actually had a plan to follow up, assuming total victory, they might have actually been able to kidnap fucking Netanyahu. Like, they were completely through the lines. The Israeli military was defeated. And what ended up happening is they lost cohesion. They didn't have a follow-up plan, and their discipline wasn't high enough, and they just started grabbing hostages because they assumed that they wouldn't be able to go further. So they just grabbed a bunch of hostages to take them back to Gaza with the plan of exchanging them for Palestinian detainees. And then all of Hamas agents who remained in Israel were slowly killed over the course of the next few days. Right. But for the most part, it was a total Hamas victory on the battlefield. Now, there was also the Nova Festival, and we don't know who killed who, because there was a bunch of hundreds of civilians in the Nova Festival, which was the primary place civilians were killed. And we don't know who killed who, because Israeli helicopter gunships were deployed to the Nova Festival, and they just shot everything that moved. And then Israel came in and prevented any investigation and buried the entire scene, including the cars. So we don't know. There was no forensic investigation done over who killed who in the Nova Festival. And it will never, they destroyed all the evidence. So it's called the Hannibal Doctrine. So we don't know who, now we know Hamas killed a bunch of civilians, in October 7th. We know for a fact they probably killed the most civilians, but almost like 40 to 45% of the people killed or captured by Hamas were actually active duty IDF. We don't know about who killed everybody in the conflict. And that is the actual facts about October 7th. It was a military on military action that also involved a music festival that was not typically there. It was there in the operating zone, and then Israel came in with helicopter gunships and shot everybody. And obviously Hamas was shooting back and fighting against Israeli soldiers and shit that were in the festival as well. So we don't know what happened at the Nova Festival. Mike, there is a video of Israeli police and not army shooting straight into the field where the Nova Festival people were hiding. It's an insane video. Yeah, I know. It's called the Hannibal Doctrine. Basically, IDF officers invoked defunct Hannibal Protocol during October 7th fighting. Haaretz alleges that senior officers in Gaza Division ordered soldiers to use whatever means necessary to prevent abductions, even if it posed risk to life. That it obtained documents and collected testimonies from troops that partook in fighting October 7th. The data, Haaretz said, collectively pointed toward the use of the Hannibal Protocol, a military order officially repealed in 2016 that granted troops broad permission to do whatever necessary to prevent the kidnapping of a fellow soldier, including potentially endangering their life, aka killing them. So that's what we know happened on October 7th. That's not to say that October 7th was legally, there wasn't anything illegal that went on or no war crimes committed. Hamas committed a lot of war crimes on October 7th. But the idea that it was like intentionally targeting civilians as the primary target is just not true.
IDF can be, you know what I mean? That's why they attacked.
I certainly underestimated that they would go this far.
I didn't think they'd go this far, but
bomb hospitals.
Okay, so what the fuck are you defending Israel and the Zionist project in any capacity, Ethan?
Have rules of engagement
Hamas
like this.
thought that Israel would have a semblance of humanity for its own hostages. They were wrong. How was that anybody else's fault other than Israel?
Criticism for their strategy here. If
that's an understatement.
Ethan is blaming the genocide of Palestinians on Hamas once again.
Well, I mean, they're a terrorist organization
way to try and defend Israel.
Antagonized like the IDF to come mass slaughter their civilians.
I think that they overestimated whether Israel cared about the hostages, without a doubt. I mean, there's.
I'm really disappointed.
I don't know that there would be anybody who would make a case that this
his entire community is like full-blown Zionists.
To have Israel respond in this way, that's absurd.
Well, and the same is true of, like, I guess Israelis feel the same way. Like, it was totally unprecedented.
No shot. They're literally fucking going. They're telling Sam.
Maybe they didn't think that their mission would be as successful as it was on the other hand.
I have no doubt that they did not think that they would that they would have been able to overrun that. I mean, I think we were told that the technology
is so much worse than I thought it was going to be.
Fence, et cetera, was perfect and something we should emulate in this country. I mean, Trump was all talking about that. So I have no doubt that Hamas overestimated
overestimated the IDF. Yeah, I got you.
What they would be able to,
oh my God, is bad.
What kind of destruction they would wreak.
Bad, bro.
And they underestimated the violence that Israel would perpetrate on Gaza. I don't know that anyone could have imagined that Israel would
someone can be to explain the situation. And these guys are just going crazy. They're treating him like they treat me.
It's because they're Destiny fans, dude. Like, it's not. It is Hasbaran, literal Israeli agents. It is Destiny fans. Like, and that's it. Like, if you disagree with them, you are a bad person, because that's what Destiny has declared is okay to do, which is I tweeted about this yesterday, and I'm going to read the tweet because I think I put it pretty simple. Or maybe I tweeted it earlier. I don't know. Who fucking knows? But basically, this is what I said. Hassan tweeted, a lot of people fail to realize that it no longer matters if one side has more knowledge or is correct. We are officially in a parasocial haze where stans are consuming politics from the narrow focus of drama. They don't care about the issues, only how it makes their favorite content creator feel. Ethan Klein debating Sam Seder is one of the best examples of Dunning-Kruger you will ever see. I wouldn't dare debate someone as well-informed as Seder, and I'm roughly 1,000,000 times more clued up than Ethan. These people, the people that are Destiny fans, they don't know what, they don't care about the facts. They don't, it's all this like content mill and drama. It's like watching to them trash TV and having somebody on the trash TV show that you're a fan of. They don't care what's like happening. It's all shapes and colors. And I said, this has been the primary effect of the debate bro sphere in political discussion. Parasocial fans of creators enter political discussions as stans supporting their favorite creator. Whether or not their positions have any coherence is entirely based on the creator. Most don't. This is Cope. Hassan sucks at talking, so he dismisses debating because he knows he cannot compete, and he's a lazy person and cannot research his positions and is thus wrong a lot. Now, chat, this, ladies and gentlemen, are Destiny Stan talking points. This is Destiny Stan talking points. How do I know this? I said, you are exactly the type of person I'm describing. Hassan has a long track record of debate wins that help change the narrative. A great example is his crushing of Andrew Tate that helped pop the Tate bubble. Sex Pestity Stan loser. Now, I went and searched the omniliberal in this guy's tweets because it's always very, whenever somebody like kind of disagrees with my points, with these kind of arguments, which are factually void of any detail and just are rhetoric, I know they're a Destiny fan because this is how Destiny talks. Destiny will say somebody's so stupid, so fucking stupid, they don't know anything, but he won't actually go like, this is the point, and here's where they got the argument, and here's why it's wrong, and here's the refutation, and here's my source. Like, he doesn't make arguments like that. He makes these like over the top hyperbolic statements about how people are the R slur or the F slur or whatever, and that they're the fucking stupidest person you've ever seen, and he doesn't actually make an argument because when he tries, he gets fucking owned. This is a banger tweet. Brain dead con seething. Very accurate statement. Hassan knows which makes it even sadder when he says something otherwise. Here's him like, this is him within the last, year sniffing Destiny's dick. So of course this is a Destiny stan. In my post about debate bro idiots just taking their positions from their content creator they stand for. I mean, this is just, imagine thinking I like Sex Pestity. Bro, you're literally sniffing his jock in your own posts. I said you may have distanced yourself from him because it now looks bad, but he still influences you deeply and you spend your time making his arguments online. You hate the people he programmed you to hate. You aren't free of him. Don't project this onto me. What? What? You got caught. Him clowning conservatives was good, but he's a deplorable person. He didn't program anything into me. Here you are less than a year ago getting the talking points directly from Destiny that you are still spouting to me today. Destiny is your daddy. LMAO. Embarrassing. Which is, Hassan's issue is that he will be forever insecure because of how unintelligent he's perceived. He knows it and tries to hide it, but it's painfully obvious every time he talks about how stupid debate is, despite him always trying to pull on people he perceives as weaker debaters. This is literally what this guy was saying about Hassan from Destiny's mouth. He replied, very accurate statement. Hassan knows it, which makes it even sadder when he says it. He's caught directly. I've got you in black and white, clear as crystal, taking your Hassan bad take directly from Destiny. By the way, notice that Destiny's argument doesn't have any detail to it. It's just fucking, I am your parasocial guy, hate this other guy. Hassan isn't insecure that he's perceived as unintelligent. Hassan is a humble guy who knows exactly what he knows and what he doesn't know. Destiny is insecure about how unintelligent he is perceived. You are unintelligent. And there's a million examples I could show, like you trying to, you didn't know where Israel was on a map, you fucking dope. Where is Destiny to say where Israel is on a map? Does anybody have that clip at hand? I really want to show that because it's very funny. He's a dope. Now, Hassan says, I'm just a himbo. I'm this. That's humility. That's him trying to, keep he doesn't want to project as a know-it-all because he's an attractive guy. If he's also trying to be a know-it-all, people really will get bitter. This is, dude, you need to write that article. It's going to cause a rupture. I swear. Wait, what? Was the order given to use the Hannibal directive? I think tactically in some places it was. Other places it was not, and that is a problem. So in other words, we killed our own civilians and then blamed it on Hamas. Damn, dude, you were super strong on these topics. Stumbled upon you now, waiting for Hassan, and I had to follow. This is my favorite Hassan waiting room. No, I'm kidding. And like, this is just the reality of what we're facing is these people are stupid. Right? Like, this is why I pointed that out. Where did I close the thing? I was looking at fuck. Anyway, the point I'm making here is like, this guy is literally, and he's denying it. Hassan being dumb is something that degenerate taught me. Anyone who can hear Hassan knows he can't finish his sentences coherently. What? Hassan can't finish sentences coherently. I mean, what do you even say to people that are this brain broken?
This whole thing, or the light green is Palestinian? Wait, what light green? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong area. This is Turkey. Oh, here. Okay. Ugh.
Now, the thing is, Destiny is a college dropout, and I don't use that as like an attack. You could be an autodidact. An autodidact is somebody who's self-taught. In many ways, one of the best reasons to go to school is that you can teach yourself the skills of an autodidact. That's what school is really there for. It's not to teach you a list of facts in your chosen major. It's to teach you how to learn. That's what the collegiate experience is supposed to be, so that you have the research skills and you have the discernment to know who has expertise and who doesn't. Learn how to learn. That's what college is really for. And then there are, you specialize in a certain area so that you have skills or knowledge in a particular area where you have, focused your studies. That's the purpose of college. Now, Destiny dropped out before he learned how to learn. Now, it doesn't mean you have to go to college to learn that. You can learn that in other places, but he never did. And he relies heavily on ChatGPT and Google. The only thing Destiny learned is that if you speak loudly and confidently and with celerity and clearly, people will believe you because they don't act that way unless they know what they're talking about. So you could abuse people's good faith by acting strong. All right. And this is why Destiny's such a problem, because he doesn't know anything and he's very stupid. But he speaks confidently and he abuses people's reasonable expectations that you only act that way when you truly are confident in your knowledge, right? It's a charlatan's behavior. He's a charlatan. He's a dumbass. And if you want, and no Destiny fans ever come in my chat to talk about our debates, ever. Because if you go back and look at them, you will see he's dumb as fuck. All right, moving on. I just felt like that was necessary to just rip that little rat a little bit more. It's very fun.
And bombing churches and bombing hospitals and blowing up universities.
Destiny didn't learn that. It's something sociopaths was born with. I mean, I don't know whether he learned it or whether he's a sociopath, but that's what he does.
Universities and destroying
Sam is hard to listen to.
I mean, it's almost beyond belief.
So one thing that when I was talking to Hassan, and I'm just going to talk about his point. This is about him personally. When I asked him, because this is obviously the $1 million question, right? By the way, just there's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza.
You think that's a good point?
There's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza?
Oh, no, he's doing.
There have been dedicated safe zones, including UN schools, third-party hospital networks. Israel bombs them. And you supported it by saying, you said earlier that Hamas uses hospitals as command posts with no evidence. Meanwhile, Israel does use schools as command posts. Israel does use cemeteries as command posts. Israel does put command posts in mosques. Those are the war crimes that Israel commits, and then it projects that onto Hamas. They accuse Hamas of using human shields, no evidence. But there is widespread evidence of Israel using Palestinian civilians as human shields. They accuse Hamas of doing mass rapes. No evidence that there were mass rapes on October 7th. There's video evidence of mass sexual assault and rape happening at Israeli prisons. Every accusation is a confession. But Ethan Klein doesn't talk about any of those Israeli crimes because he's pro-Israel.
Doing hospital points. Sam's gonna cook
I just think
them.
that's interesting. It's pretty fucked up.
What would a 3,000-pound bomb do to a bomb shelter?
Do I think it's fucked up?
Do you think Israel would stop themselves from blowing up a bomb shelter? They blow up hospitals!
Well, I mean,
do you think anything would be standing?
IOF literally used the Turkish Friendship Hospital as a base for more than 2 months, and when they left, they blew it up. Yes, I know. because they're doing genocide. But thank you for that example.
Anymore?
Well, bomb shelters are underground. I mean, they would definitely be a lot safer.
They have 2,000. They have bunker busters. They've used bunker busters on fucking refugee camps. They've used bunker busters on hospitals. Why the fuck would they stop themselves from using it on a fucking...
And the difference between me and Ethan Klein at Destiny is I show you evidence from sources that are reliable and not biased in my favor. Here's Haaretz, the Israel New York Times. Israeli army appears to be using Gaza hospital schools as bases. Washington Post reports. Satellite images show the construction of earth berms around the Turkish-Palestinian Friendship Hospital in November and near the school in Johor and Deek in March. Last month, Haaretz published satellite images that show the IDF troop concentration along the Netzarim corridor close by. The report states that satellite imagery documents the construction of earth berms around the hospital, which halted operations early in the war. So here's Israel literally using a hospital as a command post and denying its use as a civilian facility for the injured civilians. War crime. War crime. Hey, Ethan Klein, any comment?
Bomb shelter!
The first one that they went into, they built it when they were occupying Gaza.
Are you and right? That's true of that one. But I mean, they have a vast tunnel network, obviously, as everybody knows. But I don't care. I don't want to get into the weeds on this. The $1 million question is like, what can we do? Now, it's obviously insanely difficult to say.
I think we can stop aid immediately. I mean, obviously, it's not going to happen under Trump.
I'm in favor of that, by the way.
Don't move on. Don't move on. Oh my God.
Okay. I mean, good.
I mean, I think
we should call for all aid to be ceased. And I think we should stop protecting them in the UN.
What should have Israel done on October 8th, I guess? Like, what would have been an appropriate response for their government?
Not kill Israeli citizens within the Gaza envelope. in a hope that Hamas could not hold them kidnapped.
On October 8th, I mean, I think that there is...
Concede to the positions of Hamas.
They're hitting strategic sites to attempt to take out leadership. They should have... But let's talk, the
leadership was underground.
Yeah, to look at that, that moment in history,
genocide,
like maybe it was.
I disagree because they had to do something.
Maybe in that moment,
why are there?
They had to go in and bomb or whatever they do. I think that any action that they would have taken at that point, frankly, was a function of literally decades of oppressing people and attempting to bring this to an eventuality.
Right.
I mean, this was.
I can't believe.
And so, what should they have done?
I can't believe his audience legitimately and Ethan thought that Sam would agree with.
Okay, I think what they should have done is begun empowering
anyone who's knowledgeable on this issue that isn't fucking brain broken.
This is my favorite answer, Sam.
100% going to have these exact same opinions.
They should disband their government and lift the borders in response to the worst terrorist attack that's ever happened.
I think, honestly.
By the way, Israel denies Palestine a state and steals their territory with millions of people constructing illegal settlements whose property is sold in the United States illegally. Ethan Klein, you are a liar.
When you see that
also Sinwar was killed in combat fighting Israeli soldiers. There's a video of him fighting Israeli soldiers in combat, not hiding in tunnels, you liar.
Policies have failed. But I don't think
you actually don't believe that that's a real thing, though. I'm interested in having like a real conversation. You can't like live in a fairy tale land where, in response to the worst military or terrorist attack of all time,
why were you best friends with someone so stupid and awful? I wasn't. I was never friends with Ethan Klein. I never liked Ethan Klein. In fact, this is something. Now that Hassan and Ethan Klein hate each other, I get to be honest. And I've talked about this before, but it's for people that are new here, I always hated Ethan Klein. I always thought he was dumb as fuck. I kept quiet out of my friendship for Hassan. But in fact, I hated him so much that I would just keep streaming during leftovers because I felt like Ethan Klein was so fucking worthless and added so little that normally I stream 5 hours a day. But when Ethan Klein and Hassan were making leftovers, I would stream against it because it was so worthless and I didn't like watching it. So Here you could go, and it would happen on Thursday. So here you can see on Wednesday, I streamed 5 hours, 4 hours, 4.6, 4.6, 4.1, 5.6, 4.7. Go on Thursday, 6, 5.8, 6.8, 6.4, 8.4, 6.1, 6.3, 6.5, 6.0, 6.8, 5.9. Every Thursday I stream for 6 hours. Why? Because I was streaming against leftovers, because Ethan Klein is such a dumb, worthless sack of shit, and his content was always garbage, that I used it as an opportunity to stream longer. Because I didn't want to watch his content at all. So I would just stream against it. Because I am a supporter of Hassan. I watch a lot of Hassan. But when Hassan was talking with Ethan Klein, it was such garbage and trash that I didn't fucking care. And you could literally see when Leftovers ended, October 19th, 2023, I streamed 8 hours that day, that Thursday. Then Leftovers ended. And I went back to streaming like regular, like every Thursday I would stream for 5 hours. You can literally see how I changed my schedule based on Leftovers ending. I used to stream against Leftovers because it was such dog shit. I didn't really talk about it, but this is honest. I thought Ethan Klein was dog shit and I hated him the entire time. But I kept quiet about it out of friendship for Hassan. And now that they're finally enemies, I could be honest. I always hated Ethan Klein. I always thought he was dumb as fuck. I always thought he had absolutely nothing to say of any value.
Israel, who's already, as you state, like genocidal and racist and all these terrible things, is going to lift their borders and disband their government.
Well, wait a second. You're asking me what they should have done, and that's different.
No, in a
from
realistic way, not in a fairy tale, Sam.
Well, listen, there is no realistic thing. Their agenda has been. It has been quite clear. Their agenda has been since Ariel Sharon walked on the Temple Mount.
All of us have friends of friends that we don't particularly like, but we don't need to fight, because if I see a friend of a friend and I don't like them, but it seems like they're becoming a better person because of another friend, you know what? I give them time. Maybe I'll learn to change my mind. So I don't shit on them. I don't shit talk them, because at least they're trying, right? But it doesn't mean I fuck with them. Right. And if we're in the same kind of socialist milieu, I'll talk to them and maybe I'll reevaluate. You know, I'll try to see what my friend sees in them. Right. And I give them the benefit of the doubt and I act like a normal person. But I don't have to be friends with every one of my friends. Right. We could just be cordial. And I think that's totally normal and healthy. Right. But honestly, I never fucked with Ethan Klein.
And tried to scuttle peace talks. The agenda since the assassination of Rabin by arch Zionists in Israel, the agenda has been to bring about this moment. There is no doubt about it. The annihilation of the Palestinian people has been an agenda.
That seems like an interesting channel, Myro. Thank you.
In Israel for far too long. So from the perspective, it's anything I say is fantastical relative to what they would actually do.
Happy May Day, everybody.
There's nothing they could have done that because of the situation, everything. Anything they would have done would have been.
Poor Israel, man.
There was no plan that on this day they were going to do this.
I feel so bad for Israel for 76 years of apartheid. They just had no other option but to do genocide. That is the logical conclusion of Ethan's argument, by the way. That is how crazy this is.
The agenda.
What, in terms of like attacking Gaza or inciting an attack?
I would imagine both, frankly. But to find a way to eliminate the Palestinians, this has been the agenda of at one time what I think was a smaller segment of the Israeli body politic, and I think has increasingly become an even larger portion of the Israeli politic. So I mean, anything I say in terms of should is fantastical. Anything.
So yeah, okay. I mean, so this is like I understand where you're coming from, right? Like
there was an opportunity for a ceasefire that was called in November, in December. They could have held a ceasefire at any point, and the amount of killing would have been far less. They could have done that. They could have ended it after a week.
I mean, Hamas could have ended the war anytime too.
How could have Hamas ended the war?
By releasing the hostages?
No, listen, Israel has said time and time again that release of the hostages is not going to end their assault on Gaza. They have said this over
I don't believe
and over and over.
I haven't seen those statements. I've seen the opposite. I believe that
Okay, let's back that up. What was he saying?
How could have Hamas ended the war?
By releasing the hostages?
Okay, I just typed in Google Israel won't end war for deal to free all hostages. Okay, I'm gonna show you the raw Google responses. Okay, this is Ethan Klein. We will not end the war of revival before we destroy the Hamas at Gaza, return all our hostages, and ensure that Gaza no longer poses a threat. Okay, Israel won't accept 5-year truce. Won't surrender to Hamas. They're claiming it's surrendering to Hamas if they end the war and get all the hostages back. Israel won't end war on Gaza for the return of all hostages. Top Israeli official tells families of captives that only certain categories could possibly be freed in the near future. A Seder Israeli official said on Thursday, this was May of last year, that the condition that all captives taken by Hamas on October 7th would be released would not be enough for the current government to end its onslaught on Gaza. This was May of last year. On Thursday, Hamas told mediators it will continue to boycott ceasefire talks while Israel lays siege to Gaza Strip, but is ready to agree to a hostage deal if Israel ends its offensive on the besieged enclave. Today, we informed the mediators of our clear position that if the occupation stops its war and aggression against our people in Gaza, we are ready to reach a complete agreement that includes a comprehensive exchange deal. If the hostages don't return within weeks or a few short months, we have no alternative plan. We will continue to fight in Gaza and in the north, and only then will we reassess, he reportedly said. An Israeli participant responded with saying that, well, then we're lost, with him replying, that's correct. Ceasefire talks have been stalled since 6 May when Hamas has agreed to a proposal put forward by Egypt and Qatar. Israel rejected the deal and that night launched an invasion of Rafah, which, by the way, Joe Biden said was a red line. Rafah has since been completely annihilated. Hamas has time and time again offered to step down from the government, release all hostages, and enter a ceasefire. Israel won't end Gaza war even if Hamas releases all hostages, National Security Advisors from 2014.
No, listen, Israel has said time and time again that release of the hostages is not going to end their assault on Gaza. They have said this over
I don't believe
and
that's
over and over.
I haven't seen those statements. I've seen the opposite. I believe that
you really haven't seen those statements?
No, I haven't. I'll review them. I mean, it depends when it depends when they were made too, right?
Like, is it hostage family protests in Israel, Ethan? Is because the Netanyahu government doesn't want to release the hostages because they want to keep using the hostages as a reason to keep bombing Gaza because they want to ethnically cleanse the Gaza population. They want to ethnically cleanse the fucking Gaza Strip. You are so stupid.
Coming into Gaza.
Why are you so stupid? You don't understand anything.
That's not true.
Israel's actions.
That didn't happen either.
It's being inevitable.
Oh my God.
Like, when do you think they should have ended it? When do you think they should have ended it?
So who have ended what?
You've asked me the question, what should have Israel done? You tell me what they should have done. Do you think what they've done is right?
Well, I've clearly stated no, Sam.
Okay, so tell me what they should have done.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, hindsight is a beautiful thing. But in my opinion, like you said, I think some more specific strikes, I think more moving slowly, because as you kind of
just a slower
pointed out but didn't really acknowledge.
When
is
do you
that
think they should have ended?
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the leadership is obviously underground. So it's going to be a long mission of trying to get them. It's going to be a difficult mission. But I think militarily, they probably have some obligation to their citizenry, at the very least, to like take out we're ignoring the fact that missiles are being shot into Israel nonstop. And I know you're going to say, Iron Dome stops most of them, which is true. But at the same time, I mean, a country needs to respond to that. They can't just allow missiles to be shot in.
Tell me the non-fantastical version of what they should have done. Should it have been 2 weeks, 3 weeks? How many Hamas leaders? How many members of Hamas should they have killed before they leave? Because we know that Blinken said on his way out that virtually every Hamas member of Hamas that they've killed has probably been replaced by someone who's lost a family member or an entire family or whatnot. So you tell me, Ethan, if you're the one with the sensical perspective on this, and mine is fantastical, what should they have done that would have been appropriate in your mind?
Yeah. So besides like special operations and stuff, I think it would have been a good idea I think there's a space where they could like try to find peace partners in Gaza before just destroying the whole thing. Like, obviously they approached it.
So in other words, his point is that Palestinians need to surrender completely to Israel, but Israel is not going to do the thing where they like invade and occupy the territory and build an infrastructure to replace the government that they are invading, which is what you're supposed to do under international law and what the United States did and the Soviet Union did when they invaded Germany. Like when the United States and the Soviet Union invaded Germany and occupied Japan, we built a new civilian government and we started providing them the resources, and we set up markets. We provided them food aid. We started the rebuilding process. We tried, Israel is not doing anything because they're trying to make it unlivable so the population is displaced so they can steal all the land, right? This isn't a war where a defensive army is attacking the aggressor and then doing regime change or something, right? This is Israel is doing genocide and then they're just saying, well, it's their fault.
Completely wrong, right? But there are ways, I think, that could have happened that are realistic, like trying to forge some kind of
the principal negotiator who had never actually held a fucking weapon. They killed him in Tehran. This is ridiculous.
They were marching in the Great March of Return week after week after week.
Sam, was there Hamas activity at the Great March?
Sinwar was marching. Sinwar was marching with them.
Were people attacking the border wall?
During the Great March of Return, the first dozens of these things before the snipers, no, they weren't. So there were the people for peace.
Hamas activity at the Great March.
There was Hamas activity. They were attacking the fence.
There was Hamas activity. Therefore, we can gun down civilians, guys. There was IDF. There was IDF activity. I guess that means we can gun down all the Israelis, right? Obviously not. This is why Ethan Klein is a racist. Because he would never say, oh, IDF activity, therefore you can shoot every Israeli, right? Like that would never leave his lips. But the idea that there was, quote, Hamas activity means you could shoot children, people in wheelchairs, people with press vests. And by the way, it wasn't combat. It wasn't like Hamas is shooting and then Israel is fighting and they're shooting at each other and there's airstrikes happening and civilians get caught in the crossfire. No, it's, oh, there was Hamas activity over here, which means my snipers can go shoot peaceful protesters in the head. He's a fucking scumbag. And there's no justification. Anybody who's trying to justify that is a fascist. And there's no space for it. If they are a person, like if you see a person like defending that, you don't try to debate with them. Actually, what you do is you put them on a list. You put them on a fucking list and you go, oh, this person justifies genocide and they're a fascist.
They were like trying to cross the border.
They were
but not militants. Militants were trying to cross the border.
That's not militants were crying. That's why it's called the March of Return, because it was civilians going to march to the communities they were ethnically cleansed from. And then Israel stopped them by mowing down civilians. They didn't try to arrest them. They didn't dispute, they didn't send police. They didn't send border guards to arrest the people. They mowed down civilians. Can you imagine? Like the United States doesn't even do this. The United States of America doesn't even do this. You use police and riot control. You don't just mow down innocent fucking children. This guy is a fascist.
You're telling me that in the first dozen of these marches, there were people attacking the fence?
Defending sniping like paramedics at the Great March of Return, for the record. That's what he is de facto
But I mean,
defending.
again,
sniper rifles.
I think that there's a way for Israel to try. I think they can obviously pursue peace. The way that they're doing it is impossible, right? Like, it's fucked up. It's insane. It's genocidal. It's horrific.
They're not pursuing peace.
I'm not saying. I'm saying the opposite,
I don't
Sam.
think Israel is.
Well, you asked me what should they have done. I mean, obviously they're not pursuing peace. I agree with you. Like, quite the opposite. That's not what they're doing. But I'm saying there could have been a path, although it's not. I think, unfortunately, I think their response was inevitable.
And it's crazy how the crew is just utterly silent. I guess that's a rule. They don't get the talk. This is just Hassan, just Sam on Ethan, huh? They don't say anything, huh?
Well, based on everything that happened.
You think it was inevitable that they would kill these many people and they would use food supplies as a weapon, that they would have leveled hospitals and universities and 80-90% of the homes? I mean, how
I don't know to what extent, but like
this is how you know it's a genocide, chat, because Israel could do filtration, which is civilians filter through the front line, they get investigated, and if they're cleared, they go to a prepared civilian camp where food and supplies can be provided, maybe run by the International Red Cross. And you could have you could have all sorts of stuff where people are settled as refugees in Israeli territory on the border areas that are beyond the front lines, right? Israel, that's what normal countries do. That's what the United States did when it invaded Germany. It didn't force German civilians back from the front lines. It allowed German civilians to pass through the lines. Like, it didn't just shoot down everybody that was German and force them back from the line. That's why it's genocidal, because Israel doesn't allow international organizations to create facilities within Gaza or within Israeli territory. They're trying to force them out of the area and forcing people in combat zones. And how do they do that? By having free fire zones. You approach the Israeli lines, they shoot you. Without any distinguishment between civilians, there's no civilian corridors that civilians can pass through to safe areas, because Israel doesn't create safe areas. They have temporarily safe areas, and then they go back over those safe areas, and they force the people to move back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, denying them food, denying them water, denying them infrastructure, destroying every building. This is a genocidal intent. And it's clear as fucking day. Amnesty International just released a report about how this is genocide. Let me see if I can find it. End Israel's genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. Here's a petition they're doing. Amnesty International investigation concludes Israel is committing genocide against Palestinians in Gaza.
אנחנו מטילים מצור מוחלט על העיר עזה. אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק.
I don't want to show anything more than that because it's probably going to have, like, you know, very graphic violence in it. But if you're curious about whether this is a genocide or not, go look at the fucking Amnesty International is anti-Semitic now. Like, what do you think's happening? Do you think Amnesty International is anti-Semitic? You think Human Rights Watch is anti-Semitic? Like, what do you think is happening here? You think the South Africa is anti-Semitic? Ireland is anti-Semitic? Like, it's just crazy babble. Ethan doesn't seem to disagree that it's a genocide, but that Israel's hand was forced into committing a genocide. Basically, his position is, consider me pro-Palestine, but if you do anything to harm Israel, I'm going to attack you as an anti-Semite and work to deplatform you. And what Israel is doing in Gaza is regrettable, but forced by Hamas. That's it. That's his position. He wants to be considered pro-Palestine while attacking the pro-Palestinian movement to actually protect Palestinians from genocide. That's it. He doesn't want you to call him what he is, which is a genocidal fascist Zionist. He doesn't want you to say that because it's hurting his brand. His main concern is about his brand, and people are disliking him. That's all it is about.
Huge response was definitely inevitable. I'm not justifying it, Sam. You asked me a question. I'm answering it. You're putting this on me like I'm saying.
Yeah, this is the one I was talking. This is the report I was looking for. Thank you so much, chatter. Israel committing live streamed genocide in Gaza, says Amnesty International. Amnesty International said Israel is committing a live stream genocide against Palestinians by Gaza by targeting critical infrastructure, displacing most of the enclave's inhabitants, and depriving them of life-saving aid. Amnesty added that Israel also committed numerous war crimes and created an apartheid state in the West Bank. This is the report that just came out 2 days ago. Ethan Klein, by the way. Pro-Palestinian Ethan Klein.
No. I'm just saying inevitability. I wonder.
Ethan is right here.
What?
I mean, like, this is crazy. Like, this is literally crazy because Nazi Germans defended the oppression of Jews by saying Jews are leading a boycott against Germany internationally. Jews are trying to get countries to fight Nazi Germany. And they justified that to do oppression on the Jews they controlled in occupied territories and in their allies. They literally said, see, the Jews are fighting back. That gives us, that means that they're internal enemies, which means they're all under suspicion now. That's literally what the Nazis said to justify the Holocaust. It's absolutely crazy to hear it coming out of Ethan's mouth.
You must think of an Israeli body politic
all the history and
where
context
this
of
level
Ethan's
of
points.
atrocity is inevitable.
Well, you described your and Hamas's understanding of the IDF. I wouldn't say that. I can't say to what extent, but you agree that a huge response was inevitable.
I listen. I believe a response that was inevitable by Israel, and that is because I have a much more theoretically jaded view
in this chat
of that country and their agenda, I think, than you. But to expect that what they've done is inevitable.
To what? Well, Sam,
I just wonder, what it is that you think is in that body politic. Listen, I don't think it's inevitable. Just to use an example in this country. I don't think that it's inevitable that we are going to be deporting and disappearing, immigrants in this country. I think it's possible, but my perspective on America is still too optimistic to think that's inevitable.
Yeah, of course there's crazy takes in here. Like you, chum guzzler. You came in here. It's not
inevitable.
locked.
And I think
all you need to do is follow for 10 minutes. His chat is all fucking paid members and subscribers. Don't you think that there's a major difference there? I don't safeguard myself from the opinions of people like you, cum guzzler 22.
Okay, very few. And
yeah, no shit.
Certainly, I was exposing them more than the American population writ large.
Edith's chat is members only.
To perceive what we did in Iraq as inevitable.
It's a different situation. That's completely, that was completely unpredictable. But we kind of touched on it. Where Hamas, and again, to what end this even matters is it doesn't ultimately. But Hamas knew that they were going to bomb the fuck out of Gaza.
Listen, I would imagine Hamas thought there was going to be a response, but they wouldn't have taken hostages if they thought that they couldn't use those hostages.
Of course,
as a way
they thought they could. I don't deny that. Yeah.
Of deterring Israel from entering, and that was a miscalculation on their part. They presumed that Israel was more interested in those hostages, I think, than they had assumed.
Well, and that's part of what a lot of the civil unrest in Israel is about, is that a lot of people do care about the hostages and think that the government is to stop the war and focus on getting the hostages back and not killing innocent civilians. So that there is
I wonder about
that last
Sam
part. Cedar, what a fucking nightmare, but with Ethan saying
which
it.
part?
The part about the killing of innocent civilians. I think that
I said that's what they're doing.
No. I'm saying I wonder if the Israeli body politic.
Oh, you think the Israelis want civilians to die?
I think the Israelis. Obviously not all Israelis.
There's definitely
but I think that
there are definitely a lot of Israelis that do want the Israeli civilians to die, and certainly the Gazan civilians to die as well.
To maintain this government.
Yes.
Believe
that's what the polls say. Ethan loves his polls when he's talking about Zionism.
That their lives have no value. That they are all future enemies, that they that they all represent the threat to Israel. And I think that's...
Oh, yes, Sam, speak for everyone.
I think that's...
They're so mad at Sam Cedar. They literally...
A twisted perspective.
Before this conversation took place, I need you to understand, their subreddit was talking about how Ethan should Sam...
Yeah, because the plan, as I said before, chat, the plan was a destiny plan. The plan was to create a wedge between Hassan and Sam Cedar, get Sam Cedar to condemn some statements that Frogan, I, or Hassan made, and use that to drive a wedge, saying, see, even pro-Palestinian Jews aren't good enough. See how anti-Semitic they are? That was the plan. And it failed utterly, so now Sam Cedar is bad. Now Sam Cedar's guzzling buckets of Hassan's cum. Now Sam Cedar is a capo. Now all these evil, racist shit things they say. That is the exact reality that they're facing is, oh, whoops, our strategy failed, so I guess we have to turn to the attacks on Sam. 5 seconds ago, Sam Cedar was great and a reasonable man. Sam Cedar disagreed with them and their strategy to create a wedge failed. Well, now he's guzzling Hassan's cum.
Cedar me because they thought that Ethan
Israel,
and Sam Cedar would be in agreement with one another,
and now they're fucking calling him a self-hating Jew. So I think characterizing
Ethan canceled his stream. Wait, what? Now they'll brigade and harass the MR and then blame it on this community, Hassan's community. That's not going to work. See, brigading communities that actually have politics doesn't work. The only way their brigades work is when they go into non-political communities. They can't brigade communities that actually are full of people that know what they're talking about. Like it is what it is. But what they will do is they will try to split me from Hassan. So they'll go in and attack me. So that may be the strategy they try, which is like attacking me and Frogan and, you know, causing some sort, try to create tension between me and Frogan, or try to create a tension between me and Denims or whatever the fuck. Because they failed with Hassan, they'll just move on to their next targets.
Like that the majority of the
canceled? Can someone link me evidence of this? Okay, that post that you're saying about Lebkin is completely off topic.
If the races were reversed on just the shooter, because obviously all the people shot were white, you would actually be guzzling buckets of his cum like every day. But we can pretend like it wouldn't be otherwise, Sam. Okay.
Ethan is in an intense debate prep session with Destiny. Is Destiny streaming?
The trans athlete is going to do a lot to foster a lot of really bad will against like trans people in general. I think it's a really good turf argument for, well, look, these people just want to destroy women's spaces.
Huh, looks like he's not live. Huh, what about, well, how about that? That's odd.
Public as wanting to kill civilians is a little sick, personally. But you know,
I feel Ethan is far less extremist than
I mean, I'm basing this on conversations with
you feel that way because he was trying to present himself in this conversation as someone who is actually pro-Palestinian in an effort to use that agreement with Sam against.
The best part of this debate is that you can almost see Destiny's minions on a private call together laughing at Ethan every time he butchers whether they're talking. No way. They're so obsessed with hating Hassan, they were probably malding. They canceled the members only stream, guys. They were probably malding. They were not like going, oh, look how dumb Ethan is. They were like, fucking Ethan is so dumb. I fucking hate Ethan. He's so pathetic.
Me on Friday, and even then it unfolded pretty quickly when he got a little bit of pushback, not realizing that Sam has Sam has opinions almost identical to mine on this issue, because that's what every fucking well-read person on this matter would think if they have a fucking humanity.
Certainly,
I already referenced you and said it's derailing.
Hostages, and again, not all Israelis, but you know, look,
there's no way they're going to derail. There's no way they're going to derail. What's going to happen is Ethan is going to start screaming and yelling, calling him an anti-Semite, and then Hassan's not going to be able to get a word in edgewise. And then at some point, when Ethan feels like he's tired of debating, he's going to try to bring on some banned streamer. Or loner box. Like, that's literally what it's going to be. Prepare yourself.
I can make analogous assessments of the United States at various times about things that reflect poorly on our national body politic as well. But, you know, the proof is in the pudding.
Can I tell you something? 300,000 protesters in Tel Aviv, 200,000 in the rest of the country. That's 500,000 people out in the street protesting the government of a country that has like 6 million or 5 million in the.
Are you talking about the protests about the judiciary?
I'm talking about the.
That's what he's talking about. Those weren't
to release the hostages.
No, the hostage protests
to release
weren't that
the
big.
hostages.
Yeah,
but even I don't think the hostage protests were that big. But it doesn't matter. It was pretty large. But those people literally still turned around and, according to polls, said they want the violence to continue in Gaza. They just want to stop it for now.
Or they were calling for a release of the hostages.
Well, what do you? What's the point of telling Hamas to release the hostages? Yeah, of course it's a ceasefire, Sam.
Well, but Israel has, and I know I'll look this up.
Deal with this.
I don't have
500,000 Israel.
Wait. Let's look this up and see how many times the Israeli government has said return of the hostages will not end.
Sam, I'm responding to you saying the majority of Israelis want civilians to die. 500,000 people came to the street for a ceasefire of a country of 5 million, Sam. That's 10%.
Israel just broke the latest ceasefire. Okay, where is the political response from the Israeli people? I mean, the idea
is this Israelis
that
or Israeli
Gazans
Jews?
Can be held responsible for an election that happened 18 years ago.
Sam, you said the majority of Israelis want civilians to die.
I think the majority of Israelis do not have a problem with what's going on in Gaza. That is my opinion.
I think that unfortunately might be true to the extent that they've gotten they've gotten much more radical. Unfortunately, tragically, everybody's been a lot more radicalized since October 7th, and that's tragic. I agree. I think people in Israel are jaded and they're cynical and they don't care, like you said, and I think it's tragic.
Yes. Well, that's what my contention was. I mean,
Yeah, so
I'm
why
looking
are
at
you
something
defending
from
that,
May.
Ethan?
I wouldn't say most of them want to kill civilians, though.
Well, I think that they don't.
And I wouldn't say that there isn't a sizable portion of of Israeli citizenry that want a ceasefire. When 500,000 people, Sam,
Dude, Ethan should talk to an Israeli anti-Zionist. It will probably melt him. Okay. Ethan
This
should
Pew
talk to
research,
like a Meservot
39%
guy
say
or Dr.
Israel's
Ofer
military response
Kasef.
against
He
Hamas
will
has
literally
been about
melt
right.
on the spot.
34%
He
say
should
not
ask
gone far
an
enough.
Israeli anti-Zionist,
Now,
an
granted,
Israeli
that
Jew
was
who's an
in,
anti-Zionist, what their take is on
in,
Israeli
May
society,
of this
because they
past
say
year.
some fucking
So, maybe
they say
that's
way worse
changed,
shit about their own
I would
country.
hope. But you know, that's all the most
it's
recent.
horrible.
Or
data.
maybe he should talk
Yeah,
to
no,
a therapist. Honestly, I don't know why he's doing all this.
That the
because
sentiment
it's
there,
not going the way he
last
thought
year
it
said
was.
that Israelis should govern the Gaza Strip.
I know that people.
I don't know what's left now.
Yeah, I agree. It's tragic what's happened, because I agree with you that they've become jaded and they've become very comfortable with the idea of violence happening there in general, right? And I think it sucks. I think it sucks is an understatement. I think it's tragic, and like I don't know what. Truthfully, the situation is so fucked up that
yeah, it's just really
it
fucked
just
up.
feels hopeless sometimes, but.
It
I guess you're
certainly
conceding.
does. But in the meantime, you know, in this country, and we may not have the opportunity for a while, but we should cease all aid to Israel.
Yeah, we showed that
We
already.
should stop protecting them in the UN. We should stop trying to pressure the ICJ and the ICC.
We should stop giving them
and,
military aid, withdraw our THAAD
that's,
systems.
You know,
stop
Well,
bombing
incidentally,
Yemen.
I agree with all those things too. I think that
doctrine of surrender, doctrine of surrender, too stupid to actually debate any substantive point. See, the thing is, I agree with all the pro-Palestinian people on all the things they argue for, but I still am trying to get them all banned for anti-Semitism. How's that work? You agree with us then? Then stop talking about us, you dumb fuck.
that's the most we can do as a country to try to
So
stop
what
the
do
war.
you disagree
and
with
it's
me on,
something
Ethan?
that we should be
I mean,
doing.
there are some significant
you know,
disagreements,
and,
even that you brought
I think
up in
Kamala
this
Harris would have been a
conversation.
lot more likely to do something on that front. You know, certain
we won't know.
we can't know, and that's the great thing.
Well, listen, I appreciate the time. I gotta go because I'm
Absolutely.
supposed to have dinner for my child. But,
Well, I'll say this. This was way more combative than I expected. Ultimately, though, I don't think that we... what do we disagree on? I mean, I don't know. I don't even know. Maybe I see too much good in the Israeli population. I mean, I don't know what's the ultimately the disagreements
He's
here.
trying to farm it, see?
Well, I mean, look, I'm not. It's largely, in my mind, you know, impossible to really fully assess. I mean, yes, there was a protest last year, 500,000 people who wanted the hostages back. And,
I thought you would agree on everything.
Well, they wanted the hostages back. You know, I don't know.
It's not a magic wand. It's a ceasefire.
Yeah, and they got a ceasefire. And
Yeah,
then
Hamas has said, we will release all the hostages. All we want is guarantees that that we will also step down from the government. Like, we'll step down from the government. We'll release all the hostages. We want the war to end. We want a 5-year peace deal. We want, you know, a path toward this. Like, they've already talked about this and agreed to everything with Egypt and Qatar and the United States. It is Israel and Israel alone that is continuing the war.
the Israeli government broke it, and they.
Well, so hold on. Our disagreements is that
I'm
I'm too optimistic about the Israeli citizenry.
I'm not here to adjudicate what.
I'm just trying to summarize our conversation. That's all.
No,
well,
he's just trying to get a clip.
You summarize for you. I'll summarize for me. I think that, like, you know, it is what it is. And you know, you know, I think I don't, you know, remember this conversation. We can put into AI and have it summarize it, but I, you know.
I'll do that for you, and I'll let you know what it says.
All right.
We'll leave it to the robots.
Okay.
Sam, I do appreciate you calling in. I do value your input on all this, and I appreciate the conversation. I think it's good to have, conversations like this, like open and honest, even if they're combative. And I think ultimately on the larger points, we agree. But we managed to find things to fight about anyway. And that's what two Jews do, isn't it, Sam?
That happens. That's my understanding. Appreciate it. All right, take it easy, man.
Have a great time with your children at dinner there. Enjoy.
Ooh. I mean, I'll have the convo now if he wants to, by the way. I'll talk to Ethan right now if he wants to. Oh, he said.
But okay.
He said that was way different than what I thought it was going to be.
Absolute and total Sam Seder victory. He didn't fall for any of Ethan Klein's ridiculous bullshit. Did I leave any of Ethan's talking points unrefuted? I wanted to make sure that we had firm refutations of every substantive point Ethan tried to make. Was there any substantive point that I missed that you guys think that you would like me to go back over and say like, oh, Mike, you didn't do that? I talked about Mandela. I talked about the doctrine of surrender. I talked about the hostage releases. Like, there wasn't very many. I talked about the hospital shit. Is there really anything else he said that was substantive? The bomb shelter thing? Yeah, I talked about the bomb shelter thing. I talked about how they just bomb it anyway, and it doesn't matter. They bomb UN schools. They bomb hospitals. They have bunker buster bombs. In fact, the one thing that Joe Biden did is stop giving them 2,000-pound bombs because they were dropping them in the middle of fucking apartment buildings that were completely full of civilians. I talked about the March of Return. I mean, those are all, the idea that we should ignore international law because of Israeli trauma. I mean, I think we pretty much covered it all. Isn't a bomb shelter identical to the Hamas command center? Yeah, it's just nonsense.
Voting for Kamala, or I'm not telling you who I voted for.
By the way, chat, this, ladies and gentlemen, was Ethan Klein's attempt to drive a wedge between Hassan and myself and Sam Seder. Because there is a disagreement. I don't think that you could ignore the genocide and vote for Kamala Harris. Sam Seder disagreed and it said, listen, she's a horrible war criminal, but, she's 99% Hitler and Donald Trump is 100% Hitler. So he would vote for 99% Hitler over 100% Hitler. That is his personal worldview. I don't agree. I think that if you vote for 99% Hitlers, then you're going to end up with 100% Hitler because people aren't going to fight for 99% Hitler. They're going to fight for justice. And you're failing basic psychology of human beings. We're not calculating machines. Sam Seder is a calculating machine. That's part of why I like him. But most people are not like that. And in fact, that cost her the election because she didn't give people anything to fight for. She only gave them a cold-hearted utilitarian calculus, and that doesn't work in electoral politics, okay? Especially on the left. So my argument was a substantive argument. It wasn't because I hated Kamala Harris that I said don't vote for her. It's because we have to be a coherent political movement that is actually going to enforce our demands on people and scare them. Now, forever and always, anyone who runs for election in Michigan is going to be scared that the Muslim and Arab and liberal or progressive audience is not going to support them if they're super pro-Zionist. They're going to be scared of that forever and always on the Democratic side. That's what we achieved. Now, is that a huge achievement? No, it's fucking not. Is it necessarily going to change behavior? I don't know. We'll see. Only if people continue to vote against pro-AIPAC politicians will we actually see behavioral change. But we have to beat their asses. And I'm one of those people who thinks that, like Hassan, if somebody is a mega Zionist, you should not support them. Part of me regrets not voting for Kamala. Wrong. Everything that's happening is good. Not what Donald Trump is doing to the country is fucking terrible. But because it is the opportunity for the left to grow. The vibes are already changing. It's just like 2016 in the sense that the reason why we saw the politics of the Democratic Party moving so far to the left was in reaction to Trump. And when Joe Biden got into office, the Democratic Party's politics moved far to the right. This is another opportunity for us to elect a left populist. And electing a left populist is more important than a million fucking years of centrist moderation. If we got 8 years of an FDR style politician, that would be more important than 100 years of Obama's. So that is my calculation. That is my belief. It just so happens that when you get 8 years of FDR, you tend to get 16 more years after that as well. Sort of like what you're seeing in Mexico. In Mexico right now, they got a center-left president. And look at a poll I just tweeted. A recent poll asked Mexicans to name the best president in recent history. AMLO, 68%. 68% support. No one else breaks double digits. This is what left populism looks like. No, it's a great point. I wanted to show that one link that somebody gave. Oh, here you go.
I'm not voting for Kamala, or I'm not telling you who I voted for. I suspect he voted for Jill Stein personally, but either way, he hasn't said, and he wouldn't endorse her. Now, like, if you're just like a random protester or whatever, and like you're like, I'm so disgusted, I don't want to vote, that's fine. But if you're like a high-level political streamer, and you know, basically, you have the capacity to weigh like the lesser of two evils and what that means, I feel like it's an abdication of responsibility to not make that.
Give Claudia time; she'll be at that. It's former president. She's the president now. She's not on the poll. She has an 85% approval rating.
Call.
I mean, I certainly have been critical of people who, generally don't vote for the lesser of two evils. But I think, and certainly, in the run up to the 2016 election, I certainly that was my perspective. But again, what the Biden administration was doing was so horrific that her inability to signal that there would be any change, I think. Sometimes you have to take this at face value, and I think there would be certainly, definitely other things. You would not be assaulting the government like Trump is, but I think probably this is the first election in as long as I've been doing this, and I think it's been 5 elections now. I mean, I'm old. That I couldn't really condemn someone from taking that position based upon what we were seeing. I mean,
it's not just some random person. I do, and I'll tell you why. Kamala Harris wanted a ceasefire. She stated that. Trump said, "Finish them." I mean, let's be honest. Like for someone like Hassan,
I want a ceasefire.
I'm not voting for Biden. I'm not talking about Biden.
No, I understand, but we found out that Biden, in fact, did nothing to bring that about. So,
well, you can talk about Biden. I'm talking about Kamala Harris. What she said.
I mean,
well, she's the vice president. I mean, at the end of the day, she doesn't really do that much, right?
No. But I'm talking about the candidate, Biden.
I heard Scheinbaum is turning Mexico into Venezuela. Suspicious user, animal style. Guys, the 85% approval rating is guys, no, they like having incredible. Massive income inequality reduction. Economy is still growing. Massively supporting building up the infrastructure of Mexico. Reduction in violence. Success at every possible metric. But it's bad because Venezuela, 1 gazillion dead.
As a president said he wanted a ceasefire. She as a candidate said I want a ceasefire.
Well, even if you're like, I don't know how much I trust them. One's like, I want a ceasefire, and the other one is like, finish them.
Well, listen, I think it was certainly obvious to me that Trump was going to be worse. But I think like if you're trying to get the candidate to show some indication of this, I can understand. I mean, I wouldn't do it. I would disagree with it. But
yeah, I get your point too. Like ultimately, I understand why people wouldn't want to support them because of what they've seen, and like that, it feels like It feels like
it also shows a tremendous amount of just like electoral malfeasance on her part. I mean, they made an active choice. And I think, you could have put that Palestinian lawmaker from Georgia on stage. They made an active choice to signal to whomever they were signaling that they weren't going to do anything. Now, I happen to believe that she would have been better on this than Trump, but they were making an active choice to do that. I mean, it was really electoral malfeasance on her part, in my opinion. But I don't know what the point of litigating this is per se. But
well, we're talking about kind of my criticisms of Hassan and how this.
And there you have it.
Well, let me show you this.
There you have it, folks. His attempt to drive a wedge between us failed utterly because Sam Seder is too smart for it. All right, chat. We are 4 hours and 20 minutes into the stream, and I have forgotten to shill. If you enjoyed the content, you enjoyed me reviewing the debate, or you enjoy my voice and my perspective, please consider supporting the stream by subscribing. Make sure you hit that follow button. You make sure notifications for when I go live are turned on. I'm live every day, 7 a.m. Eastern. Excuse me, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific, Monday to Friday, with the occasional weekend stream as well, all early in the morning. This is the early riser stream. Are you somebody who wakes up and has a job? Are you awake before 10 a.m. Eastern? Well, then you have the top political stream in the world is right here. Top morning political stream, the Central Committee stream. Nobody else streams this large at this time. So you can support us by subscribing, by visiting. There's a lot of people here working paycheck to paycheck, parents of young children, college students, people on a fixed income because of retirement or disability, or just regular people struggling to make ends meet. Who would really appreciate it. So if you have the ability, gifting subscriptions, it gives those people access to the VODs. They get to make clips for the community. There's all sorts of positive factors of being a subscriber. It helps boost us in the algorithm. You're giving me money, which is the most moral thing you can do with your money, is supporting the Central Committee stream. And you're helping create an alternative informational ecosystem where we could attack the Democratic Party from the left. We could attack the establishment and try to achieve left populist change like has been achieved in Mexico. And this is what they don't want to see in America. How did Mexico reduce income and economic inequality? Over the past 6 years, income inequality has been decreasing in Mexico, and this reduction isn't minor. According to the data from the National Survey of Household Income and Expenditures adjusted by national accounts, over the course of this period of time, the upper classes went from holding 62% of the country's income to now holding 58%. This is a very important drop. The last time the figure fell in a similar way is the 1950s during the time of the so-called Mexican miracle. Throughout the 6-year term, while Mexico has been governed by President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, the percentage annual growth has been only 0.8%, half that of the previous 6-year administration. The question is, how is inequality reduced in these circumstances? So they had an economic growth and income inequality reduction. So upper and high income people make less money in Mexico while the bottom is gaining 20% growth. The increases were greater for the poorest households. Households with very low socioeconomic level increased their labor income by 19%, while those in low income strata increased it by 5%. Unlike in the previous 6-year administration, where large companies tended to grow more and have higher returns, in this 6-year-long period, small companies have had exceptional returns. And 90% of households with income from small businesses increased their income since 2018. So in other words, the foreign corporations and the hyper-rich hate López Obrador, but the average Mexican person is seeing their wages massively increase. Small businesses and innovation is booming, and infrastructure and the quality of life of Mexicans is rising. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is victory. CIA on Twitter begging for Chinese collaborators? Wait, what?
这种晚宴，最晚到的人总是会成为众人议论的话题。
Okay, so basically he's showing super rich Chinese people in a building with doormen and valets.
我不是一个胆小怕事的人，但我慢慢地感觉到人群中的窃窃私语。我向来归。
Reasons for choosing cooperation: become the master of your own destiny. Collaboration mentions the Tor networking, suggesting intelligence work.
规则办事，谨慎交友，活得光明磊落，从不会为了权势、地位不择手段。在党内，我一边往上升，一边看着比我职位高的人一个个被弃入敝履。但现在我意识到，我的命运与他们同。
I think this might be a bad idea. I don't know. If it were me, if I were a Chinese person, I would probably not spy for the CIA. You know, if it were me, if I were a Chinese person, I probably wouldn't spy for the dying empire of racists. You know, especially when the Ministry of Internal Security is so good at killing those motherfucking traitors. The Chinese government systemically dismantled CIA spying operations in the country starting in 2010 and killing or imprisoning more than a dozen sources over 2 years and crippling intelligence gathering there for years afterward. Current and former American officials described the intelligence breach as the worst in decades and set off a scramble in Washington's intelligence and law enforcement agencies to contain the fallout. With investigators bitterly divided over the cause, they didn't even figure out who the mole was. They don't know if they've got a spy in the ranks. They don't know if they got hacked. The CIA is getting smoked. So I would probably not spy for the CIA if I were me. I don't know if that was me. I'm just saying. Anyway, chat, we have a hype train going on. The top sub gifter and the top bit donor get the hype train conductor badge next to your name. Thank you everybody for gifting subs. Remember, chat, for as little as 202 bits, you get a golden locomotive that becomes a purple locomotive. And the higher the hype train goes, the more we get boosted in the algorithm. All right, let's watch a little bit more of this to finish. What else did I want to talk about today?
I enjoyed that as a watcher.
Was I owned?
I don't think you were owned. I don't think anybody was owned.
I don't think anybody was owned. You lost, dude. The guy paid to be your fluffer didn't say you won. The guy paid to be your fluffer didn't even say you won.
It was two people that are highly opinionated hashing it out. And I think I personally like when people do that.
Yeah,
I don't get turned off by the
they're doing. Thank God we're having this open, free discourse.
That's the half Jewish part of me.
But the truthfully is like,
Butterfly,
again, on the larger.
Flaky, thank you for the 3 tier 1s. This is what I'm talking about, chat. Personally, I think that if you are my friend, you should give me your hard-earned money. This is what I think. I think that friendships are best when you give money to me. You know? Like, that's the best way, I think, to have a friendship. DNB, thank you for the tier 1. So everybody thank Buttery Flaky for the 3 tier 1s. Very good number of subs. We appreciate that. You consider me your friend? You're not a sub. You're not a subscriber to my stream. At least give me your Prime. At least giving me your Prime. Like, come on. Anonymous, thank you for the 10 tier 1s. And Tadatuva with the tier 3. Tier 3 is friendship tiers. So true. By the way, Cosmos, I was cleaning out my car and I found a letter from you from like last year full of really cool socialist stickers. I don't know. And I was like, did I ever thank Cosmos for sending this? I was like, oops. Thank you, Cosmos, for the stickers. Somebody also sent me a shirt that said the Anti-Capitalist Socialist Club, which I wear all the time. You're welcome. Thank you. I hesitate giving him an ounce of attention, but let it know that Hutch is a genocidal rat. Yeah, of course. He's just chasing destiny clout. This is a really bad comparison. The ANC were secular. They were basically Marxist. They did not want to expel white people from South Africa. Mandela said violent resistance occupation was justified. Did not co-sign indiscriminate target civilians. Neither does Hamas. Hamas doesn't say that. In fact, Hamas said that we shouldn't target civilians. They literally said that. They literally say that. Like, so, I mean, I know that you're not allowed to take anything that Hamas says as true, according to these people, because they're just evil demons. But Hamas literally says, we don't think you should indiscriminately target civilians, and killing civilians is bad. And when those mistakes happen, we regret it. They literally said that. Now, it doesn't mean that it's okay. It's still criminal. And there are Marxists in the pro-Palestinian movement, which we talked about yesterday, called the PFLP. Secular pan-Arab Marxists used to be the second largest group in Israel, or excuse me, in Palestine, resisting Israel. Like, but they were declared a terrorist group, so you can't support them either. You're not allowed to support the secular group. So who does America's allies in the Gulf state pour billions of dollars towards? The answer is Hamas. Oh, wow, the Gulf states are not supporting PFLP? I wonder why. I wonder why Israel is pouring all sorts of money into Hamas instead of the PFLP. I wonder why. It's almost like you don't want secular left-wing pan-Arab movements to grow. It's almost like America's puppet states in Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and the Gulf are all in favor of suppressing the left. What a shock of shocks. And they use the oil dollar to do it. Oh man, I wonder why these governments are like this. It's almost like the United States wants it that way and promotes those people. And that's how do we do so? By selling them billions of dollars of weapons. It's almost like these people don't know anything they're talking about.
Your points, we agree.
Okay, the one other point I wanted to make today, I'm kind of bored of this Ethan shit, to be honest with you. Did you guys see this poll about... This is one of the most incredible things I've ever seen. Reggio, thank you for the 5 tier 1s. Thank you everybody for supporting the stream. You guys are the best.
Result right, Trump 45.
Kamala Harris is losing to Donald Trump right now.
Who would be doing a better job as president? Guess who comes out on top? Within the margin of error, but comes out on top. This looks a lot like the election result, right? Trump 45%, 2 points ahead of Harris at 43%. 12% say they'd be doing about the same.
Hey, you know what I'd like to see? Trump versus Bernie Sanders. Why don't we do that poll?
But this is the key nugget here. It's not just about regretting that vote. It's literally saying who would be doing the better job right now. And Trump continues to score a higher percentage of the vote than Kamala Harris. This looks a heck of a lot like the election result. We have just seen this in poll after poll after poll. Despite the fact that Trump's favorable ratings aren't too hot to trot, when he's matched up against who he was matched up in 2024, he still, across the polls, scores a higher percentage than Kamala Harris does.
Even if they don't know exactly what she would have done, they still went for Donald Trump. Okay, what about when he's matched up against congressional Democrats, who we know have had some pretty rough numbers?
Yeah, they have had some pretty rough numbers. So Kamala Harris obviously doesn't hold elected office right now, but Democrats in Congress sure do. So who do you trust more on the U.S. main problems? The main problems in the United States? Well, what do we have here? It's the same exact picture, folks. It's the same exact picture. When you match Donald Trump against his actual competition, Donald Trump
I can't with the literalies.
comes
Yeah.
out ahead. Look at this. 40% to congressional Democrats, 32%. Going to make a big circle here. But the bottom line is, when you look at Donald Trump in a vacuum, it's one thing. But when you actually match him up against folks in the real world, all of a sudden his numbers
Just Kamala Harris.
look considerably better. And when you match him up against his main competition at this point, Democrats in Congress, he is more trusted on the main problems facing the United States right now. In fact, it's not even close. It's an 8-point advantage, which in this politics, well, that's a wide ocean.
It's huge and maybe tells the Democrats that their messaging is not working at this point in time. All right, speaking of the big issues, which party is better trusted when it comes to things like the economy and immigration still?
Right. Okay. So we kind of talk about it a little bit up here when we match up Donald Trump against the Democrats in Congress. But what about the parties up against each other, right? Donald Trump has not seen those favorable polls when it comes to the economy, when it comes to immigration. But look here, which party has a better plan? And this is the margin among registered voters. Look at this on immigration. The GOP crushes the Democrats. Look at that. That's a 19-point edge. My goodness gracious. You rarely ever see leads like that in politics these days. How about on the economy, where Donald Trump's numbers have been struggling a little bit? But even there, Republicans hold a 9-point lead. If Democrats think that at this particular point, just because Donald Trump is unpopular, that they're going to run away with it like a Heisman Trophy winner, that is not necessarily the case. These numbers should be a major wake-up call for Democrats. Despite Donald Trump's unpopularity in the polls, when you actually go up against him and you put Democrats' names against him, when you put Republicans as a whole up against him, Republicans and Donald Trump do considerably better. And that is why Democrats, in fact, cannot count their chickens just yet, because those eggs have
The Democratic brand is absolute dog shit. And nobody likes them. But notice that he doesn't say Bernie Sanders. Notice that he doesn't say any left-winger, right?
not crack at this particular moment.
I think you said the pivotal thing, the important thing, which is Democrats are not going to be running away with anything. They have to start thinking about what their message is going forward.
That's exactly right, because at this point, the Democratic message ain't selling a thing.
All right.
You're giving me a cookie? Vio gave me a cookie. Look at this thing. Got like a snickerdoodle with like a dollop of carbo and then something else. Like, what the hell? This is I'm gonna get diabetes. Thanks, Vio. Okay. Well, all right. What else is there to say? America post 9/11 was also hungry for violence. We killed 1 million Iraqis by some estimates. We displaced tens of millions. A power vacuum created ISIS. I can call this out without being smeared as a bigot. When I say the same about Israel and Zionism, I get called an anti-Semite. You're Turkish, buddy. Always will be. Lives in America. American citizen. Born in America. Man United fan. Bro, you're not even American. European liberals are literally one of the worst group of people on the planet. All right. Well, shit.
You've been out talking to Americans. Do you think that they're prepared in the way that President Trump says they should be today?
No. Look, Caitlin, I think one of the great political crises we face is we really don't appreciate the pain that ordinary people are feeling. You are living ostensibly in the richest country in the history of the world. 60% of people are living paycheck to
Made
paycheck,
in New Jersey, true.
living under extraordinary stress, trying to put food on the table, pay their rent, worried what happens if their landlord raises the rent, worried what happens if somebody gets sick and they can't afford to go to the doctor. That is the reality in the richest country on earth for 60% of our people. Not to mention that we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country, and too many of our seniors are living in poverty. That is the economic reality. And it's a reality that Trump is in the process of making even worse. So when I go around the country, what I'm trying to do is rally the American people to say, yes, of course, we've got to stand up to the horrific policies of Trump. But in addition to that, we need a political movement which is going to stand with the working class of this country and take on the oligarchs and create an economy that works for all of us, not just Elon Musk and his friends.
So you're saying they don't have the breathing room that the White House seems to be saying, you got to give us a little
They
grace
don't.
here.
They really don't. And, you know, it's a bit arrogant to say, well, kids may have a smaller number of toys and the price may go up a little bit. I think billionaires like Trump and Musk do not have a clue about what it means for a working class family trying to buy presents for the kids or to take care of the basic necessities of life. I think it's an incredible arrogance and ignorance on the part of these people who have so much wealth and so much money.
It is a pretty striking scene to see the president surrounded by many billionaires who are in that room that make up his cabinet, telling kids that the shelves may be emptier and they may not get as many toys.
Well, you only have to pay a few bucks more, really. Well, for Trump, it doesn't matter. He's a billionaire. But if you are struggling to take care of your family, that few bucks buying toys.
By the way, it's not going to just be a few bucks.
Or the increased price of groceries, or the increased rent that you may be paying, or the increased cost for an automobile that you may want to buy. Yeah, that's a very big deal. I don't think the billionaire guys have a clue about what that's about.
He says President Biden is to blame for the last quarter of non-economic growth. It kind of went in reverse, and that he might be to blame for the current quarter. At what point do you think the president is responsible for GDP?
Never. He's never responsible for anything. It's always somebody else's fault. That's his modus operandi. He's always blaming somebody else and takes no responsibility for anything. I can tell you this.
Do you think if it was good, though, that he would take credit for it?
Of course, you got to take credit for what you do. And one of the things that's happening and what's rattling the entire global economy, not just our economy, is this arbitrary trade war that he has started, the arbitrary tariffs that he has imposed on countries all over the world. I mean, I'll give you an example of what he has managed to accomplish. Canada is a longtime ally and friend of the United States. I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border in Burlington, Vermont. Trump supported the conservative candidate there, and these guys were ahead by 24 points 2 months ago. Trump's support managed to cause them to lose the election. And all over the world, people are responding to this Trumpism, and I think it's going to have a negative impact, thank God, on right-wing extremism all over the world. Because people are saying, if this is what right-wing extremism is about, we don't want it.
Well, I mean, Canadians have been so upset with the president's tariffs and also how he's talked about making Canada the 51st state. In terms of the trade war that he's carrying out, you know, you've appeared with people like Sean Fain, who's the president of the UAW, that you two were together at an event in 2023. I think we have a picture of that. Fain has been praising the president and his auto tariffs. He's been on this program saying he likes that. Obviously, he was someone who was a supporter of Vice President Harris's. Then there were exemptions that happened this week for those U.S. automakers. When someone like that comes out and praises the president and then he goes back on this to give them a temporary relief, as he called it, I wonder what you would say to someone like Sean Fain about that.
Well, look, let me say a word. Tariffs unto themselves are not necessarily bad. I helped lead the effort against permanent normal trade relations with China, that trade agreement, and with NAFTA, the Canadian-Mexican trade agreement, because those were agreements written by corporate America, and the goal was to allow corporations to lay off workers in America, shut down factories here, and move to poor countries around the world where people were making pennies an hour. So selective utilization of tariffs to protect American workers and American industry is a good thing. But that is very different than coming up with some crazy proposal based on nothing that anyone can understand, imposing arbitrary tariffs on virtually every country on earth. That is,
I mean, he's just right.
Is kind of off the charts.
If the president's policies continue as they are and the economic data that we're seeing, do you think the U.S. is going to go into a recession?
Look, I fear that it might. And I would hope very much that my colleagues in the Democratic Party begin to bring forth an agenda that speaks to the needs of working families. I think that one of the scary things that's happening in this country is that a whole lot of people are giving up on democracy itself because they look at our government.
By the way, I mean, that's rational. I want you to understand that is rational. Like, when a political system becomes so sclerotic, when it's incapable of actually changing or doing anything, it makes sense to reject that system. Like, if the system functions, right, if the system is democratic and when the people say, hey, we need help with X, Y, and Z, and the system responds and does it, well, then democracy is working. But if the system is so gummed up by grifters, corruption, veto points, if it can't respond to what people are demanding, even as they increase the temperature around those demands, then revolution is justified. And that is the situation we're getting in, because the Democratic Party is an anti-change conservative party and the Republican Party is a reactionary party. So they can't solve the problems that you are actually facing.
And they say, does anybody in Washington have a clue about what I am going through?
Yeah, the polling is bad for Trump, but it's just as bad for Democrats who you caucus with.
It is. And so I think the answer is that people are saying, I am hurting, the rich are getting richer, who cares about me? So what we are fighting for right now is an agenda that speaks to the needs of working class people. It is not good enough just to go after Trump. You've got to do that, but you need something in addition. For example, you tell me, we have a healthcare system in America, which in my view is completely broken and dysfunctional. How often do you hear people talking about the need to do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee healthcare to all people? Am I missing something? Do you hear that discussion?
No, but I'm glad you brought that up, because on this front, we pressed Senator Schumer about this last night in terms of what is the strategy coming from Democrats on the Hill. Do you guys have a cohesive message in how to deal with Trump 100 days in? This is one part of what he had to say in response to that.
Our caucus is united. Look at this. The Republicans on this upcoming reconciliation bill, which sets the funding for the whole government, they're fighting with each other. Compare that to the Democrats. We're totally united. We're totally united in my caucus.
What Democrats lack right now is a vision for the future.
I'm assuming you're...
I think that last guy was right. Not the other guy, but the guy was on last.
So, it's not surprising. You believe you're right and Senator Schumer's wrong here.
You need an agenda. Did you hear? United around what? Are we united around guaranteeing health care to all people? I'm proud, by the way, that the Democrats supported an amendment that I offered to raise the minimum wage to $17 an hour. That's a start. Are we united in tackling a corrupt campaign finance system? Now, you tell me, you're an observer of these things. How do you deal with politics in America without understanding that billionaires play an enormously destructive role in both political parties?
Well, and you've been on this oligarchy tour, fighting the oligarchs across the United States. I'm going to show the crowds in a moment because I want to get to that. But Senator Alyssa Slotkin, a Democrat who's new to the Senate, said that she doesn't think that that's helpful, that that's a good tactic for people like you to be using. James Carville was
CIA Slotkin
saying, people like AOC and Bernie, they're not winning elections. I do wonder what you make of that, because it is a real question.
Well, look, that is part of the old Democratic establishment. And they are interested in winning elections, which is very, very important. But in my view, you can't win elections unless you have something to say to the vast majority of the people in this country. I do not think that Donald Trump won the election because he promised tax breaks for billionaires and to cut Medicaid and nutrition and education. That's not why he won the election. He won the election because a lot of people are saying, who is going to do anything? And Trump comes along, I'm going to smash the system. People say, yeah, well, I'll take a chance, better than nothing. What the Democrats need to do right now is to have the courage to take on the very powerful special interests who, to a large degree, control the political process and the legislative process in the United States.
And you clearly don't seem to think they're doing that. I will also say Trump says he won't cut Medicaid. We'll see what Republicans do on the Hill. Trump was in Warren, Michigan last night. You were just there not long ago.
Yeah.
And last night when Trump was in Warren, he made a point about crowd sizes between the two of you.
And when they say that Bernie's probably the best they have. By the way, he's about 7 years older than me, more, 8 years older. One thing I got to give him credit, he's a lunatic, but he's still pretty sharp. And he's going around with AOC +3, the +3 follow-up. They hang on for little bits. They hang on for nuggets. And they get crowds. They say, our crowds are so much bigger than their crowds. Their crowds are small. If I ever had a crowd like their biggest crowd, they'd say it's over for Trump. He's lost the magic.
I think you're a little more than 4 years older than him.
Something.
If I'm
He didn't
right.
tell. I know it will shock the audience. The president did not tell the truth. All right, I realize that will shock everybody, but that's the case. And in terms of not that we want to get into crowd size, why would anyone want to do that? We had twice the turnout in Warren than he had the other night.
I mean, Trump is scared of Bernie. He's just glad he never had to run against him. So Slotkin finally had to respond to this.
It's kind of harsh the way he worded that, that the American people are not as dumb as he says you think they are. Do you have a response?
Yeah, look, I have no problem with what he's doing and what he's saying, all those things. Frankly, I agree with it. It was just the term, right? My dad asked me what oligarchy meant, and I just said, America has no king. So I think the media likes to talk about
That's not what oligarchy means.
Difference of opinion on a word, but there's no doubt that galvanizing energy around what's going on right now is a positive thing. I just want to work together, right? Together to actually counter this threat.
See, Slotkin wants to make it all about Trump, which is exactly the same strategy they've been using, right? Which is why she wants to be like, America doesn't have a king, right? She wants to make it all about Trump. Whereas Bernie Sanders and AOC want to make it about the system that creates and supports Trump, right? But Slotkin is a pig at the same trough. She takes the same money from the same billionaires that Trump does. And so she's like, don't attack my donors!
As opposed to Democrats turning their guns on each other.
Well, it's not the media, it's Bernie Sanders.
You did it! You're the one who criticized it, not her, not him. Him responding to you, it's not him turning a gun on you, you fucking cry bully bitch.
Sanders saying it. I'm not the one saying it. I'm just playing what Bernie Sanders said. All right.
All right. Well, chat, that's going to be the place where I call it for the day. Thanks so much for hanging out on the Central Committee stream with your host, Mike from PA. Hope you enjoyed it. I know I did. I love what Sam Seder did to Ethan Klein, because Ethan Klein really does represent the average online Zionist, which is they're not substantive. They are people that are out to do damage, and they don't believe in fucking dick. So it was really, really satisfying to make what amounts to drama slop crap into a substantive political discussion, which is what we do here. What movie is playing tomorrow? Oh, yeah. Movie night tomorrow. We are playing The Battle of Algiers. A really famous movie. So come hang out for The Battle of Algiers. Thank you, everybody, for all that you have done today. I really do appreciate you. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. Here's the links. All my socials. All right, everybody, stay safe out there. Solidarity forever, my friends. That's how socialism wins. And I'll see you all very soon. I'm sending you over to VO. DSA Sniffa in the chat. Stinky Pickle Pervert.